Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the resumption. Unfortunately, another technical difficulty for us here at Simply Race, but we are back here for what is now into the final 4 hours, 34 minutes and 50 seconds of the opening round of this season of the Simply Race Endurance Series. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, and joined by my very good friend, Mr. David Christie. David, I don't think the internet router's liking you at the moment because it's still thinking about that dodgy
Don't mention it, just in case it is that word that triggers it off, and 5 minutes later we're all booted off. No, like, joking aside, obviously, thank you to everyone that is coming back to watch us. We do apologise for the issues that we're having. Obviously, they just can't be helped. The internet is the internet, and it's come a long way from shouting at your mum for lifting up the telephone when you were trying to download an MP3 song. But yeah, look, normally it's rock solid, and we're able to do these broadcasts, without any hiccups. But occasionally they happen, so we just have to get on with it.
Yeah, just roll with the punches, as they say, David.
Yes. Yes, I think that's probably the most appropriate comment I could actually use at this point in time. But Camsport now, I've noticed, have gone a lap down as well. So, yeah, they are, I've got to be honest, I think they are now relegated to that third spot. But Barracuda, if they can get themselves a lap up, which is very unlikely, but if they can, they could be in contention for that third spot. But with 4.5 hours left to go, I think this is another period of the race where drivers and the teams are just going to start simmering down and just start settling down a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's what they need to do. They just need to get into that comfortable rhythm, not make any mistakes, and just combat things as they happen. And if you can do that, you can manage the race well, you'll hopefully be seeing that daylight at the end of the tunnel when you get to the race at the end of it all. Yeah,
that's going to be exactly the point there. But Camsport making their way around. Alex, obviously you're down at Simply Race in Milton Keynes with the change to the darker conditions. Has the atmosphere changed any at all?
There's still a lot of conversation happening on here at the venue here in MK, and there's still some good conversations happening. I haven't been earwigging at all. I think it was just basically that, there'll be times when people need to get out and go outside and just get a bit of just withdraw from it. And as they say, change is as good as a rest, and it can sometimes reinvigorate people and just get a little bit more, get some fresh air, just sort of relax, chill out for a moment or two, and just take stock of what you've achieved so far, and that can sometimes be a bit of a confidence booster and also help your motivation along the way.
Yeah, for sure. So it is still Fordzilla in the lead of this race with just 4.5 hours left to go. Radicals Online, I still cannot believe for the life of me that they have got down into that second place after that horrendous start to the race. That first 15-20 minutes where it was looking so bad for them. And they are making one heck of a recovery drive just now. Barracuda in fourth place with Camsport in third. Fifth place for Avanti Racing. Cadan Casual Apex in sixth place. E-Team Britain seventh. And Lamati finally get going again in eighth position.
Yeah, so I can't believe it though, David. What is it, nearly 7.5 hours in, 4.5 to go. It's getting interesting because Radicals Online, in the cooler temperatures, seem to have started clawing back that gap ever so slightly.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on. In fact, not slightly, massively. That's now down to 64.6 seconds and falling quite rapidly. So, I mean, obviously, we're going to see Radicals Online have to come into the pits first. I think there'll be another 10 minutes before they have to come into the pit lane. But I mean, they are really, really upping the tempo right now. But again, it's amazing how you see it go in swings and roundabouts. It goes one way to Radical, and then they almost lose that momentum, and it's back up to 66 seconds.
Yeah, and in the more challenging conditions of the night time, we mentioned about this earlier. The daytime running is the easy part of endurance racing. It's this part now where you have to push through it and just you know, when you're taken outside of your comfort zone, there are those that really have a great opportunity to showcase what they can do, but then others seem to, I wouldn't say crack under the pressure of a nighttime stint, but some people might not be 100% acclimatized to it. And for those that would have done the sunset into nighttime stint, would have been at a bit of an advantage, but also you've got to consider the energy level of certain drivers, whether they've done quite a few stints and they've pushed a bit too hard for maybe say 2 or 3 stints, and they've decided, you know what, now it's my time to get out and let someone else have a try behind the wheel.
Yeah, that could be the case for some of the drivers. Remember, it's a very difficult situation to be driving at night. Thankfully for all of the drivers now, it looks like most of them have clear space to drive in, so they can just keep along and keep doing what they're doing. Some drivers might actually prefer to have a car in front of them. They might like to follow the taillights of the car in front, but certainly this is now the time for concentration, for real effort and real energy being pushed into these laps here.
Yeah, very much the case. It's still pretty good. A nice onboard shot on the left-hand side pod of Avanti Racing. One of the things I really like about these DPI cars from Cadillac, just the way that the wing mirrors, you know, they have a very, very interesting aerodynamic design, that where you've got the front wheel arch on the left-hand front, you can see that the way that the mirror is actually fixed to the bodywork of the car is that there's an outside arm that actually makes it part of the front fairing. So a real good understanding of how the aerodynamics are channeled through on these 930 kilo cars.
But the thing with that, Alex, is that all adds to the challenge of driving these cars, because they're so light, they're so nimble, but I mean they're very, very tricky to perfect and to drive at the limit. The one thing that does go in their favour is the massive amount of downforce that these cars generate, and that's why whenever you see an accident where the rear wing falls off, you'll then see a very, very difficult run back to the pits, because you kind of rely on all that downforce to be able to turn at all.
Yeah, it was a very good point when I spoke with Jack Ashton a bit earlier on about how, you know, trying to get the car to rotate through the corners, and with the fixed setup, you're limited at what you're able to do, what you're able to achieve, and that can be the proof in the pudding that the ones that are able to work with the fixed setup a lot better than others might provide that little bit of advantage for a team that might be a little bit on the back foot in the early part of the race. However, in the latter part of it, could be something completely different altogether.
Yeah, for sure. I want to actually throw a devil's advocate question at you, Alex. You're the in charge of strategy for Radicals Online. You're 69 seconds behind Fordzilla. What do you do? What do you throw at them to try and change things?
What can I throw at them? Everything I can muster. Just go for it, because look at it from this perspective. You know, Callum Cripps had pretty much the proverbial egg on his face come that incident earlier on when he flung it up the inside of Camsport. And he knew that he'd made a mistake. He was honest. He was upfront about it. He thought, you know what? I'm not going to let it get me down. I'm not going to stop. Excuse me, pushing, because I've made a rookie error, a mistake that I shouldn't really have made. It was early in the race. However, I think we can claw it back. And so the team will have thought of a strategy that will work to both their strengths. They want to use a strategy that's going to work to strengths, not weaknesses. Because sometimes if you bring, you know, you'll look at it from a complete, like a SWOT analysis: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Okay, strengths, right? We've got speed. Weaknesses, that's for they'll have an understanding of that. The opportunities, maybe we could get a bit closer in the nighttime. And as I say that, Radicals Online are now in pit lane. So Callum was very, very honest with me about what Fordzilla are doing. Fordzilla are pushing. Fordzilla are just literally going flat out for broke for the first round of the championship. And that will help them to... That'll give them confidence going into the next DPI round. But the next round is going to be... It's going to be turned upside down on its head like a sand time because we go into GTE for round 2 at Edinburgh. I think what they want to do is get on the best foot forward, is what Fordzilla want to do. Radicals Online, however, are proving a point, and you know they may not give a 100. You know, they'll have a strategy plan in place for having made that amendment through the incident that happened earlier on in the race. But now it could be a case. Well, let's go flat out. 44.6 seconds in the pits, and Radicals Online now exit pit lane. So this is going to put them a bit further down, puts them back down, a lap down on Fordzilla. So the thing is they're going to try and do what they can to claw back as much time as possible. But the way that I see it, they're in a steady second position. Now at this point of the race, my gut feeling, if I was the strategy engineer, decision maker on that part, I would go, right, we could go for first, but we could cause ourselves a problem whilst trying. But there's no harm in doing so, because there's every opportunity in the world that who's not to say that Fordzilla do have a drama. Not that I want it to happen to them, but there is every possibility. And you've got to look at it from the bigger picture. You can't just have tunnel vision, because the minute that you do that, you leave yourself open to making mistakes.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree any more with you on that sentiment. I've got to be honest. Something's really been confusing me and bugging me for the past about 25 seconds, 30 seconds. That gap between Radicals Online and Camsport. The Radicals Online pitted before Camsport, but even when they pitted, they were about maybe say 10 seconds before. 10 seconds behind Camsport, and then Camsport pitted, and then obviously went a little bit further back. But now after that pit stop, Camsport are 55 seconds behind. So what has happened to that number 8 car?
That's the $64,000 question right there, David. And so that I don't know, but the biggest thing is that with the night time, you know, the percentage chance of a mistake happening does amplify. And if they've made a mistake at some point, that could very well explain it. And if you've exceeded track limits, or if you've made a mistake and it's cost you a bag full of time, who knows? But that's where it all comes into question.
Yeah, for sure. But 4 hours 20 left to go in the race here then, and as I said, we've been absolutely spoiled by this race. We've had everything that we could possibly want from a race, and oh so much more. Fordzilla in the lead from Radicals Online, that miracle comeback after a disastrous opening half an hour for the number 7 team, and Avanti Racing getting all sorts of shapes wrong on that right-hander there. Camsport in 3rd place, Barracuda back up to 4th place, Avanti Racing in 5th, trying to catch down on Barracuda, but to be honest, I don't know, I don't think they've got the pace on that car. It might change, but they're in 5th place at the moment. Cadan Casual Apex down in 6th place, E-Team Britain 7th, and Lamati Racing in P8 just now. 4 hours and 20 minutes left to go in this race, Alex. We've spoken about strategy from Radical's point of view, and what they choose to do with that. What about Fordzilla? Because they're the team with all the ace cards at the moment. They're in front by a commanding 1 lap lead. How do you approach these final 4 hours? Because if you take your foot off the gas and try and manage the race, you're leaving yourself open to making a mistake. If you push hard, then you're leaving yourself open to making a mistake. They really are balanced on a knife edge right now, aren't they?
They are, yeah, they are indeed, David. And to be completely honest with you, if the strategy ain't broke, don't fix it. If it's working for them, they're feeling comfortable, they're feeling cool, elected, you don't need to change it, because if you do and something happens, woe betide the man that makes the strategy call. I nearly channeled my inner Billy Connolly there. Woe betide the boy that does his goes to play football instead of doing his homework for school.
Yeah, you get a slipper thrown at you.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's difficult for them to do that, though, because obviously, you know, keeping the pushing on for lap after lap after lap, lapses in concentration are very, very likely, as you said, to occur. And I'm just noticing Avanti Racing actually starting to bring this gap down a little bit, or do my eyes deceive me? Is there potential for a battle for 4th place?
4.3 seconds is the gap between 4th and 5th position, and the night time coming into the advantage of some, like Avanti Racing, who are, well, I mean, the thing is that look at it from this perspective. We've had Lamasi Racing, they've lost their rear wing through damage earlier on today, so is Ubarakuda. I think Avanti have lost theirs as well, haven't they, at one point?
Twice, I think they have. I think they lost went backwards into the wall, lost the rear wing twice, and struggled after that considerably as well. Here's a quick question for you. Who's behind the wheel of the Radicals online machine just now? Because at the moment, they aren't showing anywhere near the same pace that we've seen from that car during the afternoon.
Well, hang on a second. Let me go out of the back office and back into the venue. Good and proper, because I've been sitting on my tuchus for the last few minutes whilst giving my feet a bit of respite. So let me just go and find out. And it is Callum Cripps. I've just seen Adam Tierney just walk past.
That is unusual, because that gap was over 60 seconds and it's come down, and it was coming down considerably. I wonder if he's just heard me and decided to ratchet back up the pace. But that gap was down to about, I mean, it's obviously 57 seconds isn't a massive deal to worry about too much, but it's a worrying trend in a certain direction.
Yeah, very true. It's still all to play for. I mean, I'm just keeping an eye on, just from where I'm standing at the moment, right by the podium here by the Batak machine, and I am not looking at that anymore, as in the Batak machine. No, I'm not.
You're going to have a shot.
Max Spooner has already dared me to use it, and I said no.
I double dare you.
No.
You can't escape a double dare, Alex. It's common knowledge. So for those of you that are wondering, the Batak machine that they have at Simply Race is it's a device that stands on the floor, and it's about 10 LEDs that are arranged in a pattern on the structure. And what it is it's very commonly used by professional racing drivers to aid their reaction types. That's essentially
hand-eye coordination. Hand-eye coordination, in other words. So you're struggling to get your words out there.
No, I was thinking about reaction, because that's like the agility, that whole like snap reaction. That's what they usually do, it to try and help you train for reacting to lights better. But it's fantastic to see that. We did joke about that early on, and I did catch that out the corner of my eye. But again, for me, that just proves what a well-rounded facility there is there at Simply Race, that it's not just about having fun on the sims, that if you're an actual racing driver and you want to perfect, or you want to practice, or you want to improve yourself, there are a lot of facilities where you could use the same equipment and be charged hundreds and hundreds of pounds for it.
Well, I have to give a shout out to someone very well known to Simply Race, Will Tregurtha, running in the DTM Trophy this year. Actually won back in Assen, I think it was. Red Bull Ring set in the first weekend of September.
Oh no!
DTM.
Avanti have spun in Sector 1, bit of the curb, no damage done, but a bit of damage pride on that one. Sorry, Alex, back to you.
Clean up on aisle 1. Sorry, that gag is never going to get old.
No, we'll make sure of it. Just back to Will Tregurtha. I mean, what an absolute driver he is. I remember from first discovering him, I think it was from the days of the Ginetta, and he was just rapid.
Indeed. Yeah. a very, very credible driver in his own right, and Simply Race to make some mentions of him on social media. So I wonder how he's been getting on this weekend at Assen in the Netherlands, the Cathedral of Speed, unlike the Temple of Speed, which is Monza in Italy. I found that out the hard way when I got corrected rather quickly one particular time. A long, long time ago, as the song says.
Well, my claim to fame is that I raced against Will Tregartha once and I beat him resoundingly. I was very, very happy with that.
Oh, here we go. He's going to start bragging, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, no, I can't really brag. It was on iRacing and it was at Watkins Glen, and he accidentally stuffed it into the wall going up the hill. So I just sort of pootled by. I think it was like last in the race by about 25 seconds, but I beat Will Tregartha. That is it. That's all the headlines you need to know from that one.
And our survey says silence in the room.
Exactly. But no, look, there's a brilliant point about sim racing, right? See, for me as a racing, look, I don't consider myself as a racer. So we've got another yellow flag, and let's see who that is. That is Radicals Online that have had a moment. Is it? No, that is not Radicals Online. I was getting excited because I saw their time coming down, but that's coming down because Fordzilla is into pit lane. So I've got a feeling that yellow flag was going to be either 4th, 6th, 7th or 8th position. Anyway, back to the point that I was making. I don't consider myself as a proper racing driver. I do it for fun and I take part in it. But as a race driver, like as a racing fan, as somebody that's watched motorsport all of their adult life, for me, to be able to go into sim racing and to jump in and suddenly see these people online, I mean, I get proper fanboy moments when I jump onto a server and you see Lando is in a server, or somebody that you know and you look up to as a racing driver. To be on the same server, or to be on the same virtual racetrack as them is such a cool experience, and I think it's a unique new thing that hasn't been exploited fully yet.
Very, very true there, David. I completely agree with that. And I think the thing is the correlation between sim racing. Oh, before I forget, hello. I'm on the camera. I'm by the webcam again.
There we go. Yeah, your cams just came back on. So hello, how are you doing, sir?
Yeah, it's quite funny though that how, I said about that blurred line between sim racing and real life. It's not so blurred. It's a bit more. There's definitely no divide like we had, maybe say a couple of years ago. Nowadays, it's about how can I use simulators and tracks and programs in order to accentuate what I can do.
Well, that's it, and I think that sims are at such a level now, Alex, where that can be a thing that drivers now can just use these cars or these methods as a way to bolster their abilities as a racing driver. So yeah, it's definitely still very early days in terms of the professional nature of sim racing, but my goodness does it feel exciting and exhilarating to be part of. And we get to do little broadcasts like this where we're live for 12 hours and we're taking part in it. But if you'd said to us 10 years ago that we would be commentating on other people racing on a sim, I think we both would have looked at each other quite funny.
I think there probably would have been sort of like a few guffaws as well at the same time, laughing and saying, "Are you really serious?" And I think the phrase probably that in my mind, if you want to mention a sports athlete here, John McEnroe, you cannot be serious, man. That's probably what I would have thought.
Absolutely, because back then, 10 years ago, sim racing was still seen as a very nerdy hobby. It was a very basement-dwelling, bedroom-ridden person that enjoyed in it, and it was it wasn't to be taken seriously. You'd get people that were on. I'm trying to think back then. The platforms at the time, probably 2011 would have been at iRacing. Some people still on Live for Speed. Some people doing Gran Turismo and Forza, but the scene was it's nothing like it is now. And It's just absolutely night and day in the past 5 years, even.
Yeah, very, very true there, David, because the technology, that current computing, has literally exploded. And there is no mushroom cloud, there is no powder keg that has had the fuse lit on it. It is just through the sheer fact that drivers are, by word of mouth, saying, right, okay, we're not able to go racing. However, here's an interesting alternative, and you give people choice. People have their respective choices on platforms, on gaming systems, whether it's PC, whether it's console. There is so much choice in this modern age. And the good thing is, by catering to the masses, you've got to listen to your audience, listen to your crowd, so to speak. And that's why you have such platforms as R Factor 2, Assetto Corsa Competizione, iRacing. There is a lot of feedback from the community. And the way that the community has really come to the forefront is because of what we've gone through over these last 18 months. And being a part of the Simply Race Endurance Series is just one part of that. It might be a small piece in the puzzle, but it's a piece nevertheless.
Yep, absolutely is. And again, it just shows the very different directions that the different platforms can use. And we only have to look at the one we're using just now, R Factor 2, and the huge resurgence that's went in the past year after being bought by Motorsport Games and being acquired. And then you get the feeling that they are setting up something massive behind the scenes in terms of esports, in terms of the engine, in terms of what comes next. I think next year is going to be the big chapter for esports.
Well, we are definitely winding up to that. It might be in September. We might be heading towards the winter spell across the globe in the majority of here, especially through here in the United Kingdom and also continental Europe. But you look at it from this perspective, 2020 was the resurgence of something that I think, nobody thought, oh yeah, it's going to be great, it's going to do, yeah, we'll give it a punt. No, the community came together at a time when people needed support. And I'm looking at the human retrospective here of what we've gone through. It has kept people connected. It has kept people healthy from a physical and a mental perspective, because we all know that mental health in today's age is very, very prevalent. And I've had friends who have had through the use of, they might just go on like, daily races or a standard server where it's a league race, it's not broadcasted anywhere or something like that, but it's kept them going. 2020 has been the start of a journey for this kind of racing, and with, as we were talking earlier on in the broadcast, the amount of companies that have got behind it, the amount of firms that have been created through a need that is required to be filled. And one of the big things about being a professional sim racer is you can earn big bucks at the right place at the right time as well. And it means that people can get careers that they probably thought they would have had, maybe say 18 months ago.
Well, I guess, and I hate to use this, I'm going to touch the table here, but I guess that also maybe strays us into the realms of professional sim racing commentators, Alex, and that is a truly worrying revelation, isn't it?
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, sim racing from a commentary perspective had been on my radar, but the pandemic accelerated whatever thoughts or inclinations that I had, and now we're in September 2021. Never would I have thought that if someone was to say to me in March 2021, Alex Goldschmidt, you are going to be made redundant from your full-time job and you're going to go into motorsport full-time and you're going to be well known as a regular voice within the sim racing community. Well, I don't think I would have snapped off anybody's hand right back then. But now I realise that all the hard work that has gone in behind the scenes, and it's not just from people like me, it's people that I know. It's about who you know, not always what you know.
Yeah.
And from then, you know, it's been a very, very great journey for us both, because we've been working alongside each other so much. It's sort of like you become my Besley online mate, even though we've only met each other a couple of times.
Exactly. And just to round off the love end, this is where we bring in Mike Yao on this one, because obviously having done work with many different broadcasters and different championships and different leagues, I've had a shot at directing and broadcasting and doing the whole thing myself, like doing broadcasting and doing the cameras and doing the commentary and the graphics.
Yes.
And my God, that hurt. That like my poor brain was frazzled at the end of the night. It was so stressful, and it really makes you appreciate the professionalism, the presentation standards that we get here from a certain Mr. Mike Yao. So I say this all the time, and I genuinely don't want them thinking that we're just blowing smoke here, but it's such a privilege when we get to work alongside him, because you always know that it's going to be a well done show. You're always going to get all the information that you need, and it makes our job so much easier.
It does, and I still remember when you said to me, "You fancy doing some co-commentary on a league? I'm going to be doing the cameras," and and I went, "Oh yeah," and then I realised, like, literally, I probably wouldn't hear from you for about a day and a half afterwards, because you were completely and utterly, you were swimming with the fishes, if you wanted to use an Italian mafia term right there. It's just like, it was like, I'm gone. That's it. I'm done.
Yeah, that's that. To be fair, that's now just every Monday for me. But
are you a bit like Garfield then?
No, to be fair, every day is Monday, but I digress a little bit much. Let's bring it back to the race and then Alex, because, again, look at that. We're at the top of the hour. 4 hours and 3 minutes left to go, which means that we have come and almost done 8 hours of this race. Can you believe it? Formzilla still commandingly out in front. It's still that gap that won't go either way. It doesn't go up, it doesn't go down. Radicals Online still 67.5 seconds behind them in second place. It's Cam Sport in third place, 77 seconds behind Radicals Online. They are falling off the edge of a cliff pace-wise. Barracuda in fourth. Avanti Racing in fifth place there, 12 seconds falling away from the back of Barracuda is Avanti Racing. Cadet and Casual Apex in sixth place. E-Team Brit jumps into the pits in seventh position, and at the back of the field, Alex, Lamati Racing in that eighth position.
Yeah, just seen behind the wheel the car for E-Team Brit, Michael Tyler, who is behind the wheel. I had a nice little chat with him a bit earlier on. And yeah, I mean, it's really funny though, because when we when I got here this morning, it's a very, very different ambience when you see the differences from going from daytime to nighttime on the sim rigs, and it's just quite a different atmosphere. You know, it feels like I've gone through a day and now through into night, and it really gives me that feeling. I mean, okay, my feet might be hurting a little bit, but thank God I've got comfortable trainers on at the moment. And good to hear from Emily Wilson. 8 hours of great commentary. Thank you for keeping me sane today. We aim to please, Emily Wilson. We're really glad that you've joined us. You've been with us for the whole of the broadcast so far. I still can't believe it though, David. We're less than 90 seconds into the final, the final 4 hours of the race. It's been crazy thus far.
Absolutely has. It really, really absolutely has. And yeah, thank you, Emily, for keeping us company and keeping with us on that one. Alex, obviously, it's great to hear behind you. You've got the chatter of everyone there at Simply Racing. We said this earlier, and again, I don't know how you feel about it, but after the past 18 months, just to hear people, it doesn't matter if it's a sim racing context or whatever, just to hear people chattering, laughing, having fun, having a bit of banter, it's just so nice to hear, isn't it?
It is, and to see it in person is even more of a delight, because we felt like caged animals for quite quite a time as well, and it was difficult to when you take something for granted, you don't really understand the full appreciation on that. So until you really understand it firsthand. So yeah, I think what we're going to do now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a commercial break here as the clock strikes 8 hours gone, 4 to go, with Team Fordzilla still leading the opening round of this season. The Simply Race Endurance Series will be back in just a few moments' time.
Thanks very much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. David Christie and Alex Goldschmidt here with you. Alex will be back in just a second, but this is Simply Race Endurance Series, Season 4, Round 1 from 12 Hours of Buddh International. Sounds glamorous, but it's all been streamed from the exotic heights of Milton Keynes in England. So great to be part of this just now. We're still watching your race leader Fordzilla as we cut away to Lamati Racing at the back of the field, handing that position to E-Team Brett. They are now 3 laps down after what looks like another issue earlier on. 3 hours 40 minutes left to go in the race, and you've got to say really Fordzilla are in a very comfortable position. It's their race to lose right now as the sun goes down here in real life in the UK. The sun set about an hour ago in the virtual world as well, but Radicals Online, I mean, to be fair to them, they've really tried everything that they possibly can to make this happen, to push as hard as they possibly can and to try and tip the odds back in their favour, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough, with it still being, once Fordzilla go into pit lane again, that gap is still going to be about 70 seconds. It's going to be enough for a full pit stop, so it's not enough that they've got right now, but it is enough to keep second place. It's just not enough to take the lead of this race here as well. Mike Tierney says it would be great if the driver name was underneath the team name in the bottom right. It would be, but unfortunately, because the driver changes are manual and it's not a virtual thing, so it's not like different drivers actually logging into the server and jumping in, those would have to be done manually, and I don't think they've got the ability to do that with everything else that they're running in the background as well. So I think it's a logistical point of view that they struggle to get that done as well. So yeah, I've heard that there is going to be a gremlin employed for next round potentially to make that happen, Mike. So thank you very much for that suggestion. Apparently it will be getting done now for the next round. So very happy at that, because that would make things a lot easier as well. Believe me, we want to know, and unfortunately we have to send Alex out back onto the floor and to find out. So I'm presuming that'll be added to his list of things to do next time out. 3 hours 40 though left to go. Can't believe we're nearly 3.5 hours left to go. I mean, this race has just flown by. We're nearly 3/4 of the way through the race, and we've had everything we could want to see. We really have. We've had action, drama, we've had intensity, we've had, you know, moments of inspired driving. But right now, as you see, Radicals Online just pushing that car as far as it can actually go, and then some. I really think that you can't ask any more of these drivers right now. In fact, actually, Campsport and Radicals look a lot closer. In fact, actually, I've just realised that we've got interval timing up, so Radicals have pulled a lap over Campsport. From what I'm seeing there, if that's what I'm seeing properly. And that could be because, of course, Radicals were about 60 seconds ahead of Campsport. So, I mean, that is huge if that is the case. Radicals already got another lap over Campsport now, and that almost certainly secures that second place with 3.5 hours to go. We know anything could happen. It almost certainly will happen. But that means then that essentially the only cars that are close to each other on track as it is right now then is Avanti Racing and U Barracuda. Great to see Barracuda back up into fourth position. They have been trading places with Avanti Racing, but I get the feeling strategy is going to have a big part to play in this. With just, as we said, 3 hours 40 left to go in the race. Let me work out what that is then. In terms of minutes there. So let me get on the old calculator. and we'll divide that by 48. So I roughly make it that we've got about 6 pit stops left still to take here. 5.6, which obviously, if you're halfway through a stint, like Fordzilla are, or 3/4 of the way through a stint, Fordzilla I think are going to have to take the 6. Radicals could get away with slightly less. We'll see how that goes, but I think for the most part we've got at least 6 pit stops still to go in the race. So we'll see how that one pans out. As we see, Barracuda again, that car, there's something just hasn't really gelled this afternoon. The car looks very, very stiff, very, very uncomfortable over the bumps there, and almost as if it's an absolute rigmarole to try and get that thing round the track there. And I want to bring back in Mr. Alex Goldschmidt, who has rejoined us. Alex, good evening. That Barracuda car has just looked very, very twitchy all day.
I think it's just getting grips to this is for some of the teams, this is a brand new vehicle to get the challenge of getting it right. I mean, the fixed setup that we were talking about earlier on, there's a minimal amount of things that you can actually do. So you've got to really just go with the flow and roll with the punches. And I have to give credit where credit is due to Barracuda, that they, despite all the trials and tribulations, they have kept themselves in a genuine 4th place.
Yeah, they really have, and they've done so well to do that. As we see Fordzilla out of the pits and out of pit lane, and that is a huge amount of time taken out by Radicals Online, if I'm not mistaken. That gap was about 70 seconds. It was about 68, 70 seconds, and now Alex is down to 58 seconds. And given we've got about 6 pit stops left to go, if over the course of each pit stop they can take out 10 seconds out of that car in front, that could be a very different end to the race.
Well, you remember when we had that little chinwag about what I would do if I was the person exercising the strategy for Radicals Online. Well, Adam Tierney is back behind the wheel because I've just passed Callum Cripps in my trip back up the staircase from outside here at the hub of Milton Keynes. He is giving chase, and the interesting thing enough, David, is that the temperature has dropped by nearly 7 degrees since we went from high sun to high darkness.
That's a great point, actually, and I wonder what impact that is having on the lap times. That gap now starting to go up again very slightly between the top two, so we won't comment on a lap by lap basis, but we'll just try and keep the macro directions under observation. Of course, we're in the middle of pit stops now. Fordzilla are going to come in, Cam Sport are going to come in, Barracuda are going to come in, Avante Racing likely will come in as well, but Radicals will wait another 20 minutes, likely to the top of the hour, before they have to come and pit in, because remember, they're on that ultimate strategy where they have to almost sort of come in halfway through the stint that Fordzilla would do because of that opening hour and the misfortune that they had during that opening hour there.
Yeah, very, very much the case. And Callum Cripps has just said, yep, Adam is in the car now. Mike, we know exactly who is directing that to our good friend who has been an absolute trooper. As always, our broadcast director, Mr. Mike. Yeah, Grant Lyman, our race director, overlooking proceedings. And realistically, we've gotten into that point of the race. I mean, we're effectively just under 33 minutes away, David, from really understanding how the final couple of chapters of this race are going to unfold. And now the gap is around about 58 seconds between first and second position. So Adam Tierney is clearly pushing. And he's still got the absolute rambunctious nature of absolutely sending that car through every one of the 16 corners around this track that covers a distance of just under 3.2 miles.
Yeah, it's fascinating to watch, and it's swings roundabouts, the time going up, the time coming down. But again, is it too little too late? Because Fordzilla, to give them all the credit they are due, have been soaking up this pressure at the front of the field every single lap, and have been absolutely faultless. Where we've seen cars from Barracuda, Avanti Racing, Cadan, Casual, Apex, E-Team, Britain, Lamati having issues, having incidents, and causing damage to themselves. They've really just kept their nose clean.
They have, and when you're out front, I think that the feeling of pressure in this kind of situation can be mitigated. When you're running out front, you've got clean air in front of you, you're having on the odd occasional moment having to deal with backmarker traffic. But as I said earlier, it's the consistency that Fordzilla have had throughout this race. You know, we're 8.5 hours in, there's still 3.5 to go. Okay, it's not over by any stretch of the imagination, but just by the calm demeanour that I'm seeing from Jack Ashton, Charlie Crossland, and Sean Arnold, just really showcases how, you know, that they're very calm under the surface, but when they get behind the wheel, they're like a duck. They're paddling underneath like crazy. And that just shows that it can, you know, appearances can be deceptive. So when they get behind the wheel, they're in the zone. They've got the blinkers on like a prized racehorse, and they're going to go for it. And that's exactly what they have done. They have gone out there. They've built a lead. Okay, it's just under a minute, but nevertheless, that is still a sizable lead. As I think I've just seen an off-track from Cadan Casual Apex, I believe, and that was coming towards, I think that was the pit lane exit possibly, but coming through part of the circuit. But nevertheless, it just goes to show that if you are out front, you're the one that controls proceedings. You're the one that dictates the pace for yourselves, but then it's about what everyone does behind to try and catch you up.
That is a very, very good point. We'll have to have a look there. Lamati, I think it was, going wide. I think they were just on the exit of the pits there. This is getting a little bit scary between Camsport and Barracuda. This is not for position on track, because Barracuda are they're 2 laps down over Camsport just now. So yeah, you're really not going to be wanting to get anywhere near that car in front. I mean, fair play if the car is faster and can get past, but you're going to have to be very, very careful on this one.
Yeah, I think also one of the things that we've seen from Barracuda, and this shows a lot of promise to me. Okay, granted, they were pushing the limits of adhesion during the day, but they're doing exactly the same during the night. And at the moment, Chris Wilson is calm and composed. He can see in his rearview mirror on the heads up on the screen, which I actually am sitting in front of. So I'm actually sitting behind Christian Kettling at the moment, who's to my immediate north at the moment. But yeah, through goes Barracuda. And I think the good thing is that Chris Wilson had the presence of mind to go, right, they are behind us on track, but for position, this is not a battle. This is just for me to keep it calm, composed, stay in my rhythm, stay in my groove, not make any mistakes.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And again, the one word that Alex have used all through this race is enthralling. You know, we're so used to seeing races where it's bumper to bumper and smashes. And why did that happen? Come on, there was absolutely no need for that from Camsport there. To be honest with you, I'd be very surprised if there's no damage on either two of those cars there. I just don't understand why that needed to happen.
I'm lost for words, David, and that's for the first time this broadcast.
Because obviously they're a lap up, but there's a real risk that if they've damaged that car in front, they could get a penalty for that. They could get into trouble from the stewards because of that. Even though, you know, Barracuda didn't actually spin out, but I am wondering about Camsport, because that is the Lamati team car back in front, and that car looks like it's going to be struggling. So has Camsport actually shot itself in the foot here? Not
really, because the low fuel light showing on the middle monitor for for Uberakuda, who on cue now goes into the pits.
No, but I mean, with the fact that Lamati are looking to get past them pace-wise, I wonder if Camsport have done a bit of damage to their car there.
Well, I think with that kind of incident, you've just got to keep yourself calm under, you know, you're probably going to be inside, you're going to be, no, right, it's... Right, well, there we go. I mean, I've got no words, mate. I've got no words, really.
I have one karma. Right, never mind. Yeah.
That was harsh. That was harsh. Come on.
It is harsh, yeah. I mean, look, he got turned round, but it's the same incident. It's just unfortunate that he got turned round. And Lamate, I mean, like he's going to get or that team's going to get the book thrown at them for that one. They're going to feel aggrieved because they felt faster than Camsport right now. But look at the gap already as they try to recover. Alex, keep me updated with what the lap times are for Camsport from this point forward, because I've got a feeling they're really going to be falling off the edge of a cliff.
Yeah, I mean that's the proof is in the pudding, as they say, David. So I'm going to try and keep a watchful eye on that, but also, Chris Wilson was very not happy about that at all, and I could hear it by the words that he used. Let's just say so. We'll leave that one at the moment, shall we?
Yes. Yes, we will. Back with your race leaders, though. Fordzilla still ahead of Radicals Online by that 1 minute. It's now 57 seconds. It goes up a little bit, goes down a little bit. Camsport in third place, 1 lap behind that. Ubarakuda in fourth place, and it's a penalty for Lamate Racing instantly for, you've got to presume, for that penalty.
Yes, very, very much the case, and straight away, I'm. It's been rather right. Okay, looks like there's a replay up as well now, David.
Yeah, so this is late on the brakes. Oh, that is really bad from Lamate. I mean, just very, very late on the brakes, and even if they'd given that place back, I think that it would have been a less of an issue. But yeah, I'm rightly aggrieved on that one, and it's a penalty for Lamate to go through into pit lane. So I'm watching this little battle here between Radicals Online and Fordzilla, and the gap still now hovering down. It was about 57 seconds. In fact, let's have another look here. This is a replay. Then this is going to be presumably the number 12 into the back of that car, and boop, yep, just right round. I mean, there was no intent in it, no malice, but it's still, you've taken another driver out of the proceedings by spinning them out. Got going again, but yeah, just poor form, Alex, I think, to not hand that place back.
I mean, I mentioned that we've been talking about this earlier. We're into what's going to be the final quarter of the race in about 23 and 3/4 minutes time, and this is where the tiredness starts to set in. These drivers have been at full pelt for the best part of nearly 9 hours, and they're still throwing caution to the wind. And things do happen, mistakes do get made, and you have to brush it off and move on.
Yeah, you really, really do. But I would also argue, Alex, that as you become more tired, it also becomes more difficult to kind of have that reason, have that sensibility to just take it as a mistake and just try and keep your nose clean. It's very tempting to get frustrated, to lash out, to maybe, kind of fire something back in revenge.
Well, that's what you don't want to do, because then you will not be in the firm favours of race control. You'll have a black mark in the book.
I know that's not what you don't want to do, but I'm just saying that's usually what happens with me. And that is why I am so renowned for sim racing as I am.
Yes, we all know that very, very truthfully there, the amount of times we've worked together over the last 18 months, and I think I've lost count of how many times that is, David.
know, it's scary, isn't it? Goodness me. Cadet and Casual Apex then, 4 laps behind Avanti Racing down in 6th position. They are almost certainly going to be outside of the podium for sure, given that they are probably about 5 laps off. Sorry, make that probably about 8 laps off of the 3rd place car of ComSport there. So it's difficult to see how they can make any real inroads. However, Barracuda, Alex, and Avanti Racing, I think, still have a marginal outside chance of taking a podium with 3 hours 20 to go.
Never say never, David. Never say never at all. And, you've got to try and come back. I mean, Barracuda are, just under 21 seconds up the road from Avanti Racing. And Avanti Racing could have had a very different outcome if things hadn't gone awry in the first couple of hours or so. And that's where you've got to really just keep pushing. You've got to just focus on what you're doing. Of course, yeah, you're going to have looking out of the corner of your eye, seeing what the other teams are doing as Barracuda pulls out of the way of Radicals Online, who have now got the gap down to around about just under 56 seconds behind Fordzilla, who are still leading with 3 hours and 20 to go.
Yeah, still in the middle of that strategy discrepancy at the moment though, so Radicals Online are going to be pitting, say, in the next 10-15 minutes or so, and when they do, they will drop back down to about a lap past where they are right now at the moment. So at the moment you're watching Barracuda just behind the Radicals, getting a good tow down the straight between turns 3 and 4 there. And just watching them taking that right-hander there. So again, it's all about this consistency, all about the drive down. I'm going to shut up for a second just so you get on board and you get a sample of this delightful sounding Cadillac DPI. Fascinating stuff, and you can listen, or you can tell rather, if you listen very carefully, where the driver is having to feather the throttle. That's where the sound of the accelerator just lifts ever so slightly as they try to really get any sort of grip that's there. What you end up finding in these cars is they've got so much downforce, rather than using the brake, you keep the brake balance where it is and you just lift off the accelerator slightly, and that allows you to turn in that little bit more, and then you can just plant the accelerator and get back on the throttle. E-Team Brit now into pit lane again. That's going to be another minute that they lose to that pit stop. It's about a minute and 4 to a minute and 6 that cars are normally taking for their pit stops just now, as we see the gap between first and second place going back up the way. Predictably, Fordzilla just able to crack in these amazing lap times time after time after time again, although they do have Lamati in front of them, and Lamati going very, very wide into the pit lane. Is that? Yes, it did look for a minute that wasn't planned, but they have planned it and into the pit lane. So Fordzilla not going to have to deal with that one, and of course that's actually for their penalty. I thought that they'd already have served that by now, but they haven't. CamSport into pit lane as well. Now this is interesting because this is earlier than I expected for CamSport, or maybe later, as they get into their pit lane. Radicals are going to come in very shortly to do their pit stop as well. What I think you're going to find as well is that pit stops are then going to start converging. We're now going to get to the point where we look at 3 hours 20 and work our way backwards. So it'll be fascinating to see how that all develops from there. CamSport being in for about 40 seconds now, but as we said, I mean, with 3 hours and 20 minutes left to go, I still think we're down to about 5 pit stops. So if we go to 5:40 minutes, I think we've got about 5 pit stops left to go. in the race. I think that would comfortably get them across the line for the finish, but we'll have to see how that one pans out. Camsport back out then and going 2 laps behind Radicals Online, who are still the only car at the moment, based on the fact that they're on the different strategy, on that lead lap right now. Fordzilla, though, really do appear to have this one in control when you consider that gap really hasn't fluctuated much from the 1 to 2 seconds that has been that has been going up through the past 2 to 3 to 4 hours right now. And yeah, it's been a brilliant effort from Radicals, but again, I just don't think they've got enough to take it to Fordzilla right now, and we are going to be relying or looking to a potential mistake from Fordzilla. I certainly not want to see that from Radicals. That car getting very, very loose there, and I'm wondering if we're now starting to run low on fuel on that Radicals machine, because the car getting very, very leery and hanging itself around here. And again, be very interested to find out when Alex comes back who is behind the wheel of that Radicals machine. I think he said it was Chris that was at the helm of this. It's just so much fun to watch this, as he is starting to bring the time down to that lead car right now. But the other battle that has been simmering away quite nicely is Barracuda and Avanti Racing in 4th and 5th position. That gap was down to it was about 3-4 seconds that Barracuda were actually behind Avanti Racing, but they got that move done and seemed to, and I do use this in the loosest possible term, seem to have actually just lit the touch paper and gotten away from them. The gap's now 17 seconds, but again, Avanti Racing, Barracuda, Kadan Casual Racing, 18 Brit, we've seen them fall victim to unforced errors here, so that is going to be the big thing to watch out for. Also, having a look at this battle for first place, Radicals now bringing that gap now to 53 seconds, and that's been 4 seconds that they've taken out in the past lap and a bit, and that gap is coming down very, very quickly. So I do wonder if they are running low on fuel, but I also wonder if they are still able to do this whole 10 seconds in a stint, because that's now 52 seconds there. This is starting to get very, very curious, as we said, with 5 pit stops still to go, at least in this race. And if they're taking things down by about 8 to 10 seconds per stint, then this could be very, very difficult for Fordzilla to keep a hold of. But again, we will just have to keep our eye on that and have a little look to see what happens there. Still watching Barracuda at the moment, making their way around Buddh International Circuit here. Again, it's just such a great circuit to watch here. It's such a free-flowing circuit as the cars make their way down the turn 3 and turn 4. The straight between turn 3 and turn 4. After this, it's a long right-hander, almost doubles back on itself into turn 4. It's then the run up the hill towards turn 5, which is a left-hander. Then you come through a very fast section of the circuit here. So it's through turn 5 here. Then it's a left-hander at turn 6, the right-hander at turn 7, so the chicane, along a narrow straight here, then into turn 8 and turn 9 in quick succession. Again, another straight. And this is another bit that reminds me of the Nürburgring here, this long looping, this right-hander that doubled back on itself there, and then onto another little left-hander there, turn 12 here, on the run down in towards turn 13, that's the left-hander. Turn 14 is a right-hander, again as much the exit curve as you possibly can. It's then on to turn 15, a right-hander down the hill on the run down to your final corner, turn 16, and then you are clear to get across the start-finish line there. And you're saying Barracuda, this is one thing that I've been mentioning numerous times. If we actually keep with this angle, if we can, for a couple of corners, just watch how much the driver having to saw away at that wheel just to to try and keep the balance there. And again, it's you watch any of the other drivers, and it seems to be a lot smoother, a lot more comfortable and consistent in their ability to be able to do that. So a lot of steering input there going from Barracuda. So the gap now between first and second place now back to 54 seconds again, and I do still think that Fordzilla do have control, but again, if we see Radicals pitting in the next 2-3 minutes, then it's difficult to see what they can do, because they just don't have the raw pace to challenge Fordzilla to make something happen. But if they go into the pits and the gap is like 48 seconds or something like that, then that means they're still on target. And again, who knows what is going to happen. All it takes is one spin, one back marker to get in your way, one accident that you didn't foresee happening, and it could all be tears before bedtime. That gap now down to 52.5 seconds here in this opening round of the Simply Race Endurance Series here, the 12 Hours of Buddh International. And Bleach Kingsley saying that he needs to get into practice on Imola. He's not wanting to lose to Camsport this year, and saying that it's probably all because all of their drivers are aggressive drivers. I never said that. I'm not even going to agree with it. We'll wait and see. And got to say a huge thank you to the production team behind the scenes here at my end, who have been keeping me fed and watered all day. So a huge thank you to my lovely team behind the scenes, blowing me kisses. Very, very nice. Thank you very much. Right, cup of coffee and a little biscuit in hands. We are good to go. We are refreshed, refueled, and ready to go. Thank you to the fact that Bleach Kingsley and Emily Wilson are still with us. Great to have you with us. 3 hours is 3 hours 10 minutes left to go, and I almost didn't recognise who Bleach Kingsley was, but then I remembered it's obviously Sean King, isn't it? So it'd be great to see them back behind the wheel. I think it'll be the first one that we actually see them with this new team. So yeah, no pressure. There'll be a lot of pressure. We'll be judging every single move that you do, because that's what we're here to do. You know, it's all good. It's all good. Barracuda then still in that fourth position, and again with 3 hours left to go, we're now kicking the tail end off of 9 hours completed on this race. It gets to the point now, I think, that these positions, barring any incidents, barring any issues with cars in front, are pretty much how the cars are going to finish, because we're not talking like 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 seconds. We're now talking laps. 1, 2, 3, 4 laps in the case of Cadan, Casual, Apex, that they've got to get and get back up in front. Sean King saying no pressure at all. That's why he left Camsport. I'm not even getting into that one because I don't know the running joke behind the scenes on that one. But the fact that you're still here and still involved with the championship is just a fantastic thing, because it's great to get to know all of these teams. Obviously, we see some of the drivers in other championships, but a lot of these drivers and a lot of these teams brand new to myself as well. It's been an absolute privilege to be back alongside. I've got a ding in my ear. I said a ding. Yeah. Which is Galen Goldschmidt. Welcome back, my friend.
Yeah, stop lighting the touch paper, my friend.
It's all good. It's all good. The missus have brought me coffee and a biscuit. Dude, we are ready to go for these final 3 hours.
Yes, indeed, we are, Mr. Christie. Yeah, and yeah, it's mate. I'm so looking forward to when we're both here at Simply Race, working alongside each other, and yeah. Thanks, Mr. King. Well appreciated. Love you too. With his recent message on the chat. Alex is a ding. You heard it here first.
Ding.
Ding. And looks like Radical's back into the pit lane. So this is going to extend the advantage now for Fordzilla once again. But, still credit where credit is due. They have done an absolutely admirable job thus far.
Yeah, they really, really have. And the thing is that's obviously going to extend the gap now to about 2 minutes and 10 seconds. So they'll go a lap down. But as I said, it's going to be about five pit stops left to go in this race. Maybe down to about maybe just over 4 now. So Radicals could squeeze by potentially on. No, they will still definitely have to do 5 stops. But I think this actually favours the Radicals because they're in at the right time.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Have you seen what's on the side pod of their car? Sick sideways, it says, and the yes on sideways is at a diagonal slant. Well, we saw Callum Cripps going full on sick sideways a bit earlier on during the daylight through turns 10 and 11. He outdid Chris Wilson quite considerably in the drifting game, didn't he?
Yeah, he was looking quite spectacular. I think flamboyant was the word that he used earlier on, wasn't it? Flamboyant is it's quite a nice word, that. I do like that. Right, here's another point, Alex. Outside of pit stops, everybody is separated by a lap on each other. At least Canan and Casual Apex being different and being 4 laps down. But Avanti Racing are the only team that are on the same lap as someone else.
Yeah, but that could all change, David. You and I very well know that the unpredictability of racing, even in sim racing circles, does rear its ugly head at times, and probably at the times when you least expect it.
Like now. It always happens, though. There will be something absolutely guaranteed in the final 3 hours where something happens and we're both just left scratching our heads.
Well, that's what endurance does. It challenges the mind of not just the drivers and the teams, but also us here in commentary over the course of the duration. And still, we've been going since, 10:40 this morning. It's now just approaching 8:05 British summertime here. And to be honest with you, that event we were talking about a bit earlier on, it was just I think that really the atmosphere here, I would have thought I probably would have been at this point, with the best part of into it'll be effectively 10 hours at 8:40 p.m. tonight. It's a different atmosphere here. I think the atmosphere is helping to just sort of energise me in a way that I, as I said, feel, having these opportunities where you take things for granted and you really appreciate them when you experience them again. And it feels like you become a bit more reinvigorated. And yes, Sean King, I will blame Mr. Christie of saying I've heard a ding in my ear.
I'm saying absolutely nothing on that one. Goodness me.
Saucepan, anyone? It's heading your way, David.
Oh, Sean King, listen. So technically, they can't be the only team on the same lap because otherwise they'd be on their own. Yes, that is absolutely spot on. So obviously, what I meant to say is that they are the. In fact, actually, hang on. I'm pretty sure I did say this, that they are the only team on the same lap as another team, because everyone else is either a lap down on the car ahead or behind on them. So if not, there we go. I hope that clarifies it for you. So Sean, Mr. Pedantic King, is a joy to have with us on. He says it did, so I'm confused, Alex. Is he a well-known troublemaker?
I don't know. You tell me.
Yes. Anyway, it's
silence in the room.
Yes, exactly right. Yeah. So Barracuda and Avanti on the same lap as each other. In all truth, though. Look, Barracuda are the ones that have the momentum right now. Avanti Racing did have the upper hand. They were in 4th position, but Barracuda very quickly caught them up and got past them very, very quickly. So, it's great to see. And I've got to be honest, I do think now 3 hours, this is the problem, is that with how consistent the cars are being, is that it's going to take somebody having an accident or having a technical issue.
Oh, well, you heard it there first, not here.
Exactly.
Oh, Matt Goodyear Scott's come to our defence. Thank you, Matt. Are you enjoying your mojitos yet in Gran Canaria?
I think he's just straight on to the IV of vodka at this point, with the way that this this race is going. Just oh my goodness me, that radical is. Alex, did you see that bouncing over the curb there? I just was expecting for the grip to kick in and it be sent left into the barrier there. This is a fast lap for the radicals there. I think this is on potentially for a fastest lap for the race.
Yeah, well, it was a bit like Thumper out of Bambi, wasn't it? Just like hopping up and down through the curves. I mean, again, this car is being driven to within an inch of its rev limiter right about now, because they are being completely reckless. And to be more honest, it's rather entertaining, because they're putting on one hell of a show trying to fight their way towards the sharp ad on cue. Fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 39.568.
God damn it, I love being right. I just look, they've done this about 2 pit stops ago as well. They get about 4 laps into their stint and they can just absolutely hammer those tyres. And I'll tell you what, that is a single-handed reason that watch when Fordzilla come in, I guarantee that lap will probably be down to about, say, 42, 43 seconds, because the pace that radicals are able to fire in on that, we have almost certainly got a race on our hands.
I did say that it could be a tale of two halves, either stick with second or go for broke and go for the victory. It's the opening round of the season. They've got nothing to lose and everything to gain, David.
Yeah, but you also said that it was going to come down to the final 3 hours, and you are going to be... I've got a feeling that you're going to be so spot on with that comment that not even you're going to realise just exactly what that meant, because the pace that radicals have had, and how awesome is this, right? I've constantly said about Fordzilla and how brilliant it is to soak up all that pressure and, you know, just be so calm and consistent. But how awesome is it for the radicals to be able to just hammer in these laps time and time and time, and lap in, lap out, and just keep pushing and pushing and pushing on that edge of limit, on that edge of control as well, as we head into the final quarter of the race. We are into the final 3 hours, Alex, and where has that time gone?
Well, it's been swept under the carpet, effectively, David, but Sean King has said, this is a question to you, Mr. Christie. When you go offline, does your name change to off-camera? These are the big questions on the YouTube chat. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. That's what we need.
The thing is, though, is he said above, and he's like, don't mind me, I'm just being an idiot. And it's like, my God, we are the same people. We are the same kindred spirit, the same crappy humour. Sean King and I are going to be best friends. I can absolutely guarantee it. So, it doesn't change to off-camber. Give me a PM and I'll let you know what my name changes to when I'm going offline. Just for the
oh dear, that sounds ominous, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? That's deliberately meant to be that way. Back to the race.
Camber.
Yeah, it goes off camber, off kilter, and off piste.
All three at the same time. They do say bad things come in threes.
Well, it does if I get my hand on those mojitos that Matt had earlier on.
Oh dear, that's trouble waiting and looming large there.
It's been a long day, my friends. You and I both know that. Goodness me, 3 hours left to go. Camsport have got, is that Avante Racing that they've got behind them? Looking very menacing. We've been in this position before, haven't we? Oh, and that looks very much like we saw before. Camsport really struggling with the pace just now, and getting passed by all sorts of cars. Now, Fordzilla into pit lane. Let's have a look. As I said, my prediction when they came out, I think that they were going to have about 42 seconds of an advantage over radicals. We'll see. Maybe it wasn't fast enough, but yeah, we'll wait with bated breath.
Very good question from Sean King. He said, I was travelling a bit earlier, so I might have missed it. What are your pick of deliveries today? Well, that's a very, very pertinent and very, very good question, I might add. Mr. Christie, did you want to go first?
Oh, the liveries today, I really like the Avante one. I love that black-white, the watermelon pink and green on that. I think that Fordzilla have an iconic livery. We see it all the time in all the different championships that they do. That probably stands out as the best one for me.
Yeah, I think, well, leaders now in the pits, as we've just heard Mr. Christie's decision on his pick of the liveries, so 43.3 seconds in the pit lane.
Look at the time that's coming down. Is it going to get even closer to my... No, not quite. But it got close enough, 46 seconds. That's not too far away from 42.
When you think about it, that's quite a sizable chunk of that lead that Radicals have actually have swept away like a tumbleweed in the wind. That was probably what? That was about 56 seconds before Fordzilla did their... Well, when you looked at it when Radicals pitted, it was about 56 seconds. So they managed in that gap, that time frame, to dispose of effectively 11 and a bit seconds.
Yep, and here's what's really going to boil your noodle for the next 2 hours, 2 3/4 hours, Alex, is the fact that if there's 5 pit stops left to go, that gap is going to be non-existent at the end of the race.
Yeah, well, coming back to the pertinent question of liveries, thank you, Mr. Sean King, for that one. I know Matt Goodger-Scott has said, oh, we've got a yellow in Sector 2. So, and that's
I think that's it's
retracted.
Barracuda. I think that lost a little bit of time there potentially. I'm not too sure. Sorry, Alex, you were right to say about liveries.
Actually, I mean, sometimes you have to look at it. Oh, Cam Sports just had a massive moment off in the S's in 3rd place, and Avanti have just managed to get a lap back in their favour as Cadan Casual Apex now pits from P6. That was a very uncharacteristic moment there for Cam Sport in 3rd place, but luckily enough, got it back onto the black stuff rather quickly. I do like the Avanti Racing colours, a bit of the Italian tricolore there on the from the mid parts of the rear canopy on the back canopy on the back of the car. Barracuda actually strikes a bit of a chord with me because it really does coordinate well with their teamwear that they're sporting here today at Simply Race.
And you've also got to give a shout to E-Team Brit as well, actually, because theirs matches, theirs is on brand with Team Brit and with their racewear that they have as well. So, and that is what I love about this, is the fact that these teams will rock up in their little shirts, and you've got like 2 or 3 or 4 drivers that are all in these little outfits. And see, even if you don't race real race cars and you're still in sim racing, see, just for today, you're part of a team, you're part of a racing team, and that is an amazing feeling to have. And it's, do you know what, maybe it's just the fact of feeling that you belong to something, Alex, but it's nice that we get that in sim racing.
That's always a good thing, because with every team there is always an identity that everyone can understand and relate to. And Sean King, very, very good point. I think, with the branding, I mean, especially with the backers that they've got, Sean King makes a very, very valid point, and Matt Goodger-Scott says, all right, I think you named all of them except the 2 I did. So probably...
Who's that? Is that Cadan Casual and Lamati?
I would think so. But, everyone's got a really unique livery, and it's good because you can understand some of the design emphasis that has been put in. Obviously, the teams will have a creative input on that, and realistically, it was it's just one of those things, and yeah, it's really, really good. How there we go. Cam Sport and Radicals were the ones that Matt Goodger-Scott did. So, yeah, I mean, they all have their own nuances, though, their own idiosyncrasies, and the identities is what makes it so nice and colourful in sim racing.
Matt, just that comment there, you're the guy with the flashy golf clubs hitting up grass. Someone just getting
Matt's currently, well, if he's at a golf course, Matt Goodger-Scott is at the 19th hole.
Yeah, well, joining Martin Buchan, no doubt, in that one. Goodness me. I think the thing with the Cam Sport and Radicals livery is that they look professional. They look proper on point. And sometimes, and again, I might just be talking nonsense here, I think sometimes you can get liveries that look so professional, you kind of glaze over them, you kind of overlook them because you think, oh, they're just the actual thing. So you're not sure if they're ones from in game or if they're ones that have been designed by someone. Whereas some of that one is an absolute joy to behold. And to be fair, we haven't really looked at the Radicals car lately. That back bit behind the cockpit to the rear wing, that big sort of that aerofoil is just glorious. The design on that one.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you got a very nice mixture of the two respective colours in there, the white and the red, and it gives me a bit of a Team WRT team feel about it. A bit of Audi Sport, I can see in the colour branding. Predominantly white and red, and sometimes with two colours you can really make it stand out with the angles, the design language that's been incorporated into that. It looks like a bit of a crosshair there on the aerofoil, doesn't it?
It really does. And for me, the vibes I was getting was the Rebellion Racing team, because they tend to have incredibly striking liveries on their LMP cars, and that was the sort of vibes I was getting from that red and white one. Of course, the unfortunate thing is that because it's so dark now, we don't really get to enjoy the sight of them so much, but there is something really kind of futuristic about these the tail lights on these things, and especially with the brand new the new cars coming out. I've completely hypercars. That's what it was.
LMDs and LMD8s.
Just looks amazing.
Well, considering the fact that it's got no rear wing and they're using ground effects to really sort of give it that sort of feel, and a lot of the drivers in that team, like Kevin Magnussen, Loic Duval, amongst others, they really do like the look. Jean-Eric Verne as well. Emily Wilson's going at one with regards to it. Regards to Sean King saying, "You rip up the grass with your hands," because Sean mentioned that he didn't get the clubs.
How have we transcended into a conversation about golf next? Right, I tell you what, I predict the next 25 minutes is going to turn into disc golf, if you can believe that's actually a thing. Playing with frisbees, that is the future, folks.
Oh dear. I hate to think what's going to come next, David.
Yeah, it's pretty good. But anyway, right, that gap is starting to come down still. 42 seconds. It was 41 briefly just a little while ago. I'm now getting very excited. Just I'm going to hold it back for as much as I can. But Radicals Online, oh my God, did you see the way that car just Tokyo drifted round that corner, like proper Eurobeat full on in the background, and just slid round? You might want to check in the cockpit. I think there might be some broken tofu in the back of that in the back of that car right now.
You're quoting Initial D with a Toyota what was it, AE86 back in the day from the 1980s. Yeah,
hang on. Emily Wilson, let's just stop lying to ourselves here, okay? You're not going to go and be productive today. You've had 8 hours to be productive today. You've listened to us chatting garbage for the past 8 hours. Come and stay with us. We've only got 2 3/4 hours left, and then you can think about your life choices tomorrow.
Yeah, very, very true. And with that out of the way, moving swiftly on, Barracuda now in the pits from P4. That's now going to give Avanti Racing 4th on the road.
Yeah, it really is. And this has been a fascinating little battle between Barracuda and Avanti. Avanti really, really just have had an uphill mountain to climb, because Barracuda have had the measure of them, and in fact they both go into pits at the same time, so nothing's actually going to change on that one. And now, if you're a clever team, you start synchronizing your pit stops with the car that you're trying to beat, because that's where you're going to make up your time. With the exception of Radicals really need to keep that upper hand of keeping that different pit strategy going right now. And again, what we'll see in about 20 minutes' time, we'll see the pace sort of level off at that 43-second mark. and then after they get their new shoes on after the pit stops, we'll see another 5-10 storming laps from the Radicals, and that should bring the gap down to about 34 seconds. If they can keep that pace up, we have got a race on our hands for the final hour, and you're not going to want to go anywhere.
Very, very true. Blitzball and Quidditch have just been mentioned by Sean King in the chat in response to your, what was it, disc golf you said, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's quite depressingly. Quidditch, I believe, is actually a thing by people who I'll try not to judge, but they basically run about on pretend little broomsticks, and I think it's probably along the lines of the young girls that have you seen that meme video about the young girls that do the hobby horses and run about and make the noises? Do you know what? No. Whatever makes you happy. If you it's all good. We sit
whatever floats your boat, David.
Yeah, we sit on pretend race cars all day, so. Yeah.
That is the most random thing I think either one of us have said all evening long, and you just taken the biscuit, my friend.
Well, I mean, come on, Quidditch. We're already into the realms of like, what are we actually talking about here?
I know, but
you can tell we've been on comms for just over 9 hours, can you? It's really starting to sink in now.
Just over 9.5, effectively.
Oh,
it's been a long day. It's been a long day.
And you know what? I've absolutely loved every minute of it. There's genuinely, and again, I can say this being completely honest, there's genuinely some events that I do sim racing commentary on. Usually some of the smaller ones where you're just like, oh my god, I cannot wait for this to be over. And yet you give me a 12-hour event, and yes, it's grueling, and yes, I'm absolutely shattered, but you have such a great fun time doing it. And it's really, really enjoyable. I mean, how can it be that we're still on tenterhooks with 2 hours 45 minutes left to go, and we only, and I use this in quotes, we only have 8 cars on the track, and yet we still don't know how this race is going to go.
Like how you enunciated the word "only" right then.
But that's it, because some people would say it and go, oh, there's only 8 cars, it's going to be a boring race. Well, my goodness me, I mean, that first 5 hours, we had everything going on, and yes, it's settled down for maybe 2-3 hours and everybody's got into their groove, but the nuances of this race are absolutely fascinating. I mean, I still say, and I've said this for about 2 hours now, Radicals Online, with the pace that they've gone, they shouldn't be in this. They shouldn't be in this race at all. They had a horrible moment as, oh my goodness me, whoever's in that 18 Brit car obviously heard the references to the Trueno and the AE86 and decided to give it their own go there, because that was what we call up here giving it laldy around that corner. And to be fair, they made it stick. And I've got to be honest, I'm actually quite impressed with the car control from E-Team Brit right now. They're on the same lap as Cadan Casual Apex there. But, I mean, the fact that Radicals Online came from the back of the field after that 20 minutes, after they went head first and headbutted the wall, had to pit and get those repairs, Alex, the fact that they're in second place and the fact they even have a sniff of taking this win right now is absurd beyond belief.
Yeah, that was very much a committed effort from Hamish Eisner, who was behind the wheel, that you said was giving it loudly over the curbs there. But bravo to Hamish for keeping it stuck in. Yeah, I mean, from my perspective here, I mean, we are getting into, as you said, we're into that precipice now of that third out, what is now the 10th hour of this race. Now, there's another quick question here from Sean King, another racing driver question here. What would be your pick of the GTEs?
Well, do you know what? It's been so long since I've been on R Factor 2 for the GTEs. Let me go and get a couple of minutes to go and reacquaint them, and I will give you an answer to that one. Yeah.
I think it's... Yeah. Yeah, I think I already answered the question there, Sean.
Is Big Boy still in it? Do they still have the BMW, the M8 in the GT?
Yeah, they still do.
It's got to be Big Boy. It's slow as heck, but everybody loves Big Boy. The thing that looks over. What was that creature called in the Goonies? That was like, hey guys. That's the BMW M8. in GTE format. Whenever you see that lurking up behind you in your rear view mirrors, you think something bad is going to happen with that thing. That is 100% my call.
All I'm going to say when it goes like, yeah, and this happened at Le Mans, and all of a sudden the cars are on normal size on a normal size track, and there is a big BMW in the background.
Yeah, that it was like that edited video where it's like about 8 times the size of every other car on track.
It's just like everyone just decides to blow up that picture because it just looks so damn aggressive at the front of it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. In all seriousness, though, obviously we've got the Ferrari is out there as well, and that is a strong car, the 488 GTE. Now, I'd be interested to see whether or not they get the. I haven't checked actually because it's been ages since I've been on R Factor 2. If they get the 2020 version of the GTE, then that would be a car and a half to have, because that thing is just so absolutely rapid in its current form. But again, with the constant updates that Studio 397 are doing, it swings and roundabouts about what car gives you the upper hand, isn't it?
Yeah, very, very true indeed. Just looking at it from... So, okay, the list is, apart from the BMW M8, which is an absolute Leviathan as well, you've got the Aston Martin Vantage, you've got the Corvette, the Callaway Corvette C7R, the C8, so which is the new generation, the mid-engine rear-wheel drive car, the Ferrari, and the archetypical 991 RSR GTE. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to talk about my the other side of my multinationality, Germany, and it is close between the BMW and the Porsche. But just by the sheer fact of what Porsche have been able to do with that RSR is just absolutely ridiculous. And you know, when you think about it, the 911 was born out of the Volkswagen Beetle, which was originally known as the people's car, or it was known as I think it was the Type 35 back when it wasn't called the Beetle, it was called the Type 35, and that was Hitler's promise to the people of Germany at that particular moment in time. But for me, for sheer the way it looks, the BMW, but for just the way a typical sports car, for me, the Porsche edges it ever so slightly, but it's so close. It's like trying to pick between your two children. You don't know which one's going to be your favourite, and they both want to be your favourite. So it's a tall order, but the Porsche for me, David, just narrowly pips the BMW.
That's okay. The M8 will crush the Porsche into a tiny little cube, so it's all good. I mean, there's obviously you can have multiple opinions on it, but these are all just wrong. M8 is going to dominate. So, to be fair, it's like the GTR of Assetto Corsa Competizione. You really, in your heart of hearts, you know it's not going to be competitive, but you want it so badly to do well. It just never happens. Now, Alex, have a look at the timing screens, because just as I draw your attention there, it's changed slightly to the downside, but Radical's now straying and flirting now to bring in that gap within 40 seconds, and if they do that, that is a surefire sign that we are on for a spectacular finish here at Buddh International Raceway. I mean, what is the? Thankfully, you're sitting down and you're having a little bit of rest, because your poor feet must be absolutely knackered after today. But I mean, I just want you to stick your head out of the office there. And what is the atmosphere like?
Now I have to get up. Thank you.
Oh, can you? I thought you. Sorry, mate. I thought you were beside the door.
No, well, the thing is the position where I am currently sitting at the moment is literally I can get a bit of a slight panorama, but with the door frame in front, it sort of scuppers it a little bit.
Oh, you don't need to see anything. It's just I want you to describe what all through the day we've been talking about what the atmosphere is like, and I can still hear the chatter. It's still very, very loud to this late stage of the race.
I think it's, as I said earlier on, David, the fact of people being face to face. No Zoom calls, no phone calls, no WhatsApp or iMessages or Telegram messages or whatever. It is that sense of normalcy that there is it's intangible, it's unquantifiable, so to speak. You actually have to be here to experience it, as we've got a penalty for Cadan Casual Apex. That sounds like track limits, I think.
Yeah, that's what it is looking like there. Yeah, it's been a pretty rough day at the office for Cadan Casual Apex, but they'll regroup and try and get back on with things. But 2.5 hours left to go, and I mean, we're hitting into nearly 9 o'clock UK time. It's starting to get crunch time now.
It is indeed. It's just really interesting that Matt Goodger Scott saying Fordzilla Ferrari. There's something wrong with that. Oh well. I did ask. I did ask Jack from Team Fordzilla. He said we might have to coerce Fordzilla into the right direction, probably for what we want to race, but they have a bit of an idea themselves. But nevertheless, he has sent me the picture going through Daytona. Oh, you did? Yeah, you just had to.
There's so many of them.
Right next. It's just like, yeah, here we go. I mean, that BMW's big enough, it could be a transformer.
It's going to turn into a Michael Bay epic. That's what's going to happen there. But back to the race in hand. 2 hours and a half left to go in this opening round of the championship. We're currently watching Avante Racing making their way through, 23 seconds behind Barracuda, doing a cracking job of getting that recovery drive in fourth place. Talking of recovery drives, we can't say it without having a look at Radicals Online, still in that second place, still flirting with that 40-second gap to Fordzilla in the lead. It's certainly come down from that 65-second gap that they had. Camsport in third place into pit lane for their what could presumably be their fifth pit stop to go as we work our way backwards. But with 2.5 hours left to go, Alex, there's a lot at stake here.
There still is. We're still not out of the woods yet, David Christie. That is very much the case here tonight at Simply Race. I'm just going to now go mobile again.
Oh, he's off for a wander, folks. 4 pit stops is what I calculate.
That sounds ominous, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, I said you're off for a wander.
Such charm and sophistication. I thought you were a gentleman, Mr. Christie.
Hang on. Charm and sophistication in the same sentence as me. What are you talking about, sir?
Well, yeah, but then I added charlatan to that mix as well.
Yeah, that's more like it. What can I say?
Callum Cripps is not behind the wheel of the. So I think we've had a question.
Yeah,
Mike Tin saying, is Adam still in the radical? I think he is, because Callum Cripps looks to be behind him on looking over his left shoulder.
Well, I said that Adam is in hunter mode. Be afraid. Be very, very afraid. I'd have to agree, because that gap, once that 40-second gap is broken, I think you're going to see some rapid gains from the Radicals Online car. Talking of which, this Avante Racing car that we're watching here just now, I would like to know who is behind the wheel of the number 11 right now, because they are just throwing that thing with absolute abandon.
Yeah, well, the funny thing is that Avante Racing actually have team number names on the back of their t-shirts, which is quite good. But unfortunately, due to the nature of the seats that are here on the sim rigs, I can't see diddly.
I'm going to take an educated guess and say that it might be. Let's have a look. Avante, Will Richardson potentially, maybe.
More likely, I would have thought.
Because we do have a driver update sheet that's there, but it was last edited 2 hours ago, so I'm not sure as to the accuracy of that one. And there we go, 40 seconds has been broken by Radicals Online. They've gotten under the 40-second mark, and this is huge. That is a huge mental barrier, because now if that gap goes down about 32, 33 seconds after the next round of pit stops, we are in trouble for the final 2 hours of this race, Alex. And the gap is getting closer and closer, and I'm getting very, very excited here.
You always get very excited, no matter what stage of the race we're in, David. Come on, get a grip.
I thought that was why I was here, you know.
Yeah, we know that. We know that you're here for the bands and the giggles, but
Actually,
yeah, I mean,
just before, I'm going to interrupt just purely on that one, right? An old racing circuit that shall remain nameless. Actually, my boss actually called me to my face an excitable puppy. Yeah. I still to this day don't know how to take that comment.
With a pinch of salt is probably the answer I would give right now.
So, back to yourself, Alex.
Yeah. Well, a big pinch of Malton sea salt there, David. Or maybe some Himalayan pink salt whilst you're at it. Let's up the ante, shall we? Yeah, no, I know you've had that makeshift defibrillator to your right-hand side on standby all the way through the broadcast so far, haven't you, mate?
I have. I really, really have. I'm also quietly impressed that you mentioned Malton sea salt. The official salt of is the salt of gods, and you have now went up massively in my estimation for your excellent taste, sir. Well done.
Thank you. Appreciate it, my friend.
So, golf, Quidditch, salt. What is next to be discussed over the next 2.5 hours, ladies and gentlemen?
Pancakes, maybe?
They'd be amazing, right? No, because last time we mentioned food, Simply Race lost their internet for about 15 minutes. So we'll maybe not mention any more food, I think.
No, we're not going to. And I'm not going to mention what dinner I've had because it could break it.
Saying nothing on that one.
Exactly.
What's the general vibe on the floor right now? Is there excitement with there being 2.5 hours left to go? Alex is Avanti Racing drift that car around the corner yet again. What is the mood like out there?
It still seems the same as what it's been pretty much all day, David. The thing is that with an endurance series, you know that you're going to be in one area for a very, very lengthy times, as Sean King on cue mentions about Emily, and where it mentions the words pancakes and then the word mentioned in the same sentence. Thank you, Mr. King. That put a little smile to my face there, buddy. But yeah, I think the thing is it hasn't been subdued as such. It's been quite calm, but I think when we get towards the end of the race in about 2.5 hours' time, things are going to be possibly a little bit different, but it just depends on the outlook and how people have approached the race. So I can see James, Michael and Max from E-Team Brit just having a good little chin wag there as well. So yeah, I think the thing is that people are staying in the camps a little bit, which is actually quite understandable considering the kind of event that we're in at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. And with the event that we have got going underway, I mean, this is a championship we need to bear in the back of our mind as well. And I wonder, Alex, from your experience and from our experience together, I mean, how much importance would you put on this opening round of the championship as Radicals Online into the pits from second place?
Yeah, and now, Sean King started talking about American pancakes. Thanks, mate. Now I'm going to start getting hungry again, and I don't want to be eating it later than I have done today. So thank you very much for that one. It's still an important round because, firstly, the team that wins this race will be on the top step of the podium. They'll be smiling like the proverbial Cheshire Cats from Alice in Wonderland. To put the hyperbole aside, but it's going to be, when they get to the end of this race, everyone is going to have that big sigh of relief, as I said earlier, and that sense of achievement. And it hasn't been an easy circuit to get around. Right. Oh, hang on. I think there might be a bit of. It looks like we both got a bit excited there because I've just heard that Fordzilla are one track cut away from getting a drive-through. Oh, damn. My bad.
Yeah,
It's
Well,
Yeah,
I got
my
all
bad on that
excited about that one as well.
I
It's
got
obvious.
too excited and I blurted it out, didn't I?
I think I was too busy screaming like a small child at that
I
point.
know.
But look, that is huge. However, that obviously that could work in their favour. They could obviously have that. I mean, the thing is that we spoke about the fuel levels that some of the cars had earlier on. So it's we've done a couple of things maybe we shouldn't have today, but
Well-
it is what it is. And the thing is, I've got to be honest, to get to this point in a 12-hour race and have not had a penalty for track limits, that is massively, massively important. And remember, a penalty for that is only about maybe 25 seconds because you just have to drive through pit lane. So it is a big deal, but it's only a big deal if it comes into play with Radicals catching up. So yeah, this is if they get that and Radicals continue their charge, that could make things very spicy.
It could. I mean the thing is that the tiredness is kicking in, and I said about mistakes being made in the latter part of the race. This is where it could decide everything, because if there are other teams that are that close, and it could change the race again. So I'm not going to count out any possibility of what's going to happen. I'm not going to predict a winner. But it will depend on who is the cleanest, most consistent team in this race. That's what it's all boiling down to. And now with 2 hours and 26 minutes to go, David, it is game on.
Yeah, it really, really is. And there we go with Radicals taking their pit stop. Lamati Racing getting another penalty. Oh, it's been a brutal day for them. It really, really has. What do you say when you're in that position and you're just really, really struggling to make this work right now? It's just not on. Now, hang on. I've just had a thought. If Radicals were 40 seconds behind and they took a 1:05 pit stop, who's that in front of them? Is that who I think it is? Is that Fordzilla in front of Radicals Online? A lap in front? It is!
Well,
Oh, well then, that's if ever you needed motivation and a drive, but oh my goodness me, that is iconic. Now we'll be able to see here actually the pace that Radicals Online have got, because if they can get past Fordzilla when Fordzilla are out of sync on the pits, that is going to show just how much pace they have. And look at that, look at how close they're able to get to that Team Fordzilla car already, Alex. I mean, this is a huge warning shot for the Team Fordzilla team, and this is going to be a massive mental blow to lose that one lap up they've got.
I don't think that's going to bother them all that much when you look at how consistently they have kept the lead of this race, and they have pretty much dominated proceedings whilst everyone has fallen over their own shoelaces, let's be honest. And I think now it is about bringing the car to the end. I said about not making mistakes. You've got to keep it clean, you've got to keep it consistent. And sometimes you have to compromise, and if you have to sacrifice a little bit of lap time to do so, then so be it. But if you win by a considerable margin, you'll have done the job that was asked of you when you decided to jump in behind the wheel and go for it.
Yeah, for sure. I do agree with you on that one. It's difficult not to get excited though, goodness me. I'm also trying to do the mathematics right now as well, because if they're lapping, say, in the 140s, and so that would technically be 140 between the two of them if they were together on the same place on the racetrack. Then if they take a 1 minute and 5 pit stop, 1 minute and 6 pit stop, that brings the gap down to, guess what, 32, 33 seconds. That means Radicals still, if they can catch up the next couple laps, which I think they will still be on target for that gap to come right down. This is just, this is a 4D, 5D chess match that we're watching unfold in the final 2.5 hours of this race. I'll be honest with you, no word of a lie, I don't think I've been as excited for a finish of this race.
Yeah, I hope you got that defibrillator charged, David, because you might just need it.
I might not be able to use it by the time we're finished tonight. This is absolutely spellbinding.
Yeah, still I think, all the chess pieces haven't been put into place yet, and that's the biggest crux here. I mean, going down the back straightaway, Radicals online, closing, but not close enough to try and get past Team Fordzilla at the minute. But, you see, I mean, that undulation on the back straightaway between turns 3 and 4 is still rather impressive, even at night time.
Yeah, it very, very much is. And to be honest with you, I think Radicals have done the work. They don't need to get past that car in front. Fordzilla, the pace they've got just now, even just tucking in behind the toe of that car in front, is going to improve the lap time that they're doing, because Fordzilla are no slouches right now. Fordzilla halfway into their stint, they'll still be, in the low 1 minute 40s. And granted, Radicals can maybe pull out a 139, but this is saving tyre life for them as well, as we see Lamati into the pits. I honestly, for me, this feels like a pivotal moment in the race. With 2 hours 20 left to go, this isn't going to decide the race. And oh my goodness me, that was so close from Radicals right onto the tail end of Fordzilla there. I think they avoided contact there. But how much speed were the Radicals able to take into that final corner there, Alec?
Let me just say, that could have been such an ugly mess if that had happened. Really would have been, because both of them would have had to have pit for damage, and that could have brought in Cam Sport and New Barracuda if that had all gone south.
Oh my goodness me, this is just out of reference, Alex, do you have live timing in front of you at all?
I'm looking at the screens here and I can see best laps, I can see gap to the respective from the cars, so live timing from my aspect. So I'm sort of like flying blind a little bit here.
Alright, I was about to say, if you had last laps, that'd be fascinating to see what last lap for Fordzilla was compared to Radicals Online. Here's a replay then. This is going to be that moment, and oh my goodness me, that was even closer than we could have imagined between Radicals Online and Fordzilla. 2.5 hours left to go. Oh, this is... this is going to be an absolute, as JR in the wrestling would say, this is going to be an absolute slobber knocker.
Old Boomer Sooner himself. You've just become the Scottish equivalent.
Yes. So a quick pause to catch our breaths here, because really this entire race is on a knife edge at the moment. And into the pits then goes Fordzilla, very, very wide on that final corner. And this is where it all counts. As I said, because Radicals were directly behind them on that one, I think the gap when they come out is going to be under. In fact, it may very well be under 32 to 33 seconds. That's what we're looking for here as they jump into their pit box. And if that is the case, with just 3 pit stops left to go, it's going to be one heck of a final hour that we've got on our hands here, Alex.
Yeah, it is indeed. As the front of there, that's lovely shot there. That's from the Radicals Online car from the left front of the vehicle, the O2 shining very, very brightly, and you can see the rear LED tail lights doing their job, just giving us an idea from that perspective of the car making its way around the circuit here at the Buddh International Circuit in India. So really, really great camera work as always from Mike Yao here in the broadcast studio, and a little bit of extra light there to showcase the lovely little design that car has got at the moment. But yeah, 43 seconds is the gap.
So
well,
it's not went down, yeah. So it's not went down anywhere near as much on that lap. So I wonder if that was a slower lap from Radicals, or if that's because he's not been able to crack in the fastest lap times that we know that car is capable of. So that could very well happen in the next couple of laps, because he's been released into the clear air. We see that gap now straight back under 40s, and if he can get into the 139s in the next 2-3 laps here, we could see that change. But maybe the damage has been done. Maybe Fordzilla just keeping Radicals behind them has done enough.
They could have done, but it's one thing to say that Radicals might not be able to catch them. It could be a completely different proposition, maybe say in another half an hour. We just don't know. I mean, the track temperature has been dropping. I think it's over now, 7 degrees dropped since we were at our peak high temperature of 34 degrees Celsius, and I think we're just below 27 degrees on air and track at the minute. So the track has been pretty hot, but it's started to cool down a little bit, and it seems like there are those drivers that seem to thrive under these nighttime colder conditions.
Yeah, absolutely, as we're currently riding on the wing of Fordzilla at the moment, out front and in charge just now. That gap up by about 2 seconds from what we saw just before the pit stops here out the final corner then to cross the line. So Fordzilla leads, Radicals Online leads Cam Sport from Barracuda, Avanti Racing in 5th place, Cadan Casual Apex in 6th position. You've got E-Team Brit down in 7th position and Lamati in 8th position as well. And an absolutely spellbinding finish to this race, and I don't think that it's over by any stretch of the imagination, but I think that the pace that the Radical Online's had, given the fact that we've only got 3 pit stops left to do in this race, Alex, I just don't see it happening. I mean, obviously we've still got that, the swinging sword of Damocles hanging over the head of Fordzilla in way of that, the potential for penalties. But so are Radicals Online. It could go either way.
Yeah, it has been sort of swinging a little bit, the pendulum from side to side. I mean, the gap now down to about 39.3 seconds. It was at one point 38.7 seconds between first and second position. So it's always dependent. Now, we were talking about the deltas between different cars going through the respective 3 sectors of the track. Now, Fordzilla have had this really good knack all the way through the race to have a really good bit of pace through sector 2, and that's where they seem to claw that time back, as the gap now goes up to 40.2 seconds, and it's starting to sort of drop down a little bit. So it's at certain parts of the circuit where Fordzilla loses time but then gains time back because of Radicals Online being on a different part of the circuit.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with you on that one. The problem that that Fordzilla are going to have is that with them just pitting just now, I think they've got about another 4 stops to make, whereas potentially Radicals may have one less to do than them. We will see how that goes, because Radicals are going to be pitting in about 10 minutes time, I believe, and obviously getting some more fuel into that car. Drivers as well play a huge part to play in this, and again, they'll maybe be wanting to get their fastest possible drivers in for those final 2 hours of the race. Cadan Casual Apex Racing into pit lane there. I mean, 2 hours 15 to go, Alex. We say this, and neither of us have got a crystal ball, but what could possibly happen in these final 2 hours?
Anything. Well, that's the one word that I can use. Oh, right, okay. A big thank you to Mike Yow. He's actually, I've got some timing, and Radicals Online, David Christie, 1 minute 40.977. Fordzilla, 1 minute 41.4. That is close to 4.5 tenths of a second.
It's not enough, though. It's, I mean, given that they were fired again 139s, I think they've lost the advantage that those fresh tyres had, and they've not really been able to make amends in it. We've got a yellow flag in Sector 2, and now, hang on, I was going to say, is that your race leader who lost a big chunk of time? I think it was actually Avanti Racing. In fact, no, that's Avanti Racing we're watching there just now. So we saw somebody's time go up quite dramatically there, but it was obviously just going very, very wide of the track.
Could be Lamati Racing. I'm not 100% sure. I think we're going to might have a replay up very shortly for us. So just depends on what we find out very, very soon indeed. But yeah, with 2 hours, 13 minutes. Lamati are in the pits as well as we speak.
That'll be for their penalty, I would imagine. They had a penalty.
Oh no, it's Barracuda. It was Barracuda that spun.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, look at the gap there. So the gap now Barracuda. Oh, that was 22 seconds. It's now dropped by 16 seconds, and that was coming out of turn 11. So they came sweeping through, nailed the apex through 10, but then the car carried quite a lot of momentum going through. We're going to go to a replay now, David, so just keep your eyes. Look, tight apex on 11, through 10, into 11, back end steps out, sideways to the left, and oh, there's a sideways 11, or one half of what I would call 11s is, on the curbing. And the back end steps out, tail snaps the other way. Style points again for Barracuda. They did that 360 where it's a 10 out of 10 recovery, and I gave them 25 style points.
Yeah, that was well worth it. That's all I'm going to say on that one. But again, it's that curb, it's that oversteer snap that catches all of these cars out. It's caught them out time and time again. We saw Barracuda actually earlier on, I think it was about 3 hours into the race, Alex, where we saw them backwards into the barrier, losing that rear wing and costing themselves quite a lot of time with that. Thankfully, it's pretty much just some hurt pride and a bit of embarrassment on that one. But yeah, it could have been so much worse. But that gives the momentum to Avanti Racing now, just 4.2 seconds behind them. And that gives them the impetus to charge on. They can see them. And that's all the motivation you need sometimes.
Yeah, the gap's now down to just 4.5 seconds between Barracuda and Avanti Racing. So, as I said, it's going to start happening again. Now, Team Fordzilla, in the meantime, have responded, David. We just got into the 140.5s on their last lap. Still plenty of that pendulum swinging from left to right. And don't forget, if you want to join us from round 2 onwards, that will be on the 28th of November for the 6 hours of Imola, running in GTE machinery. You've already heard my thoughts and David Christie's thoughts on which GTE car we would respectively pick, and then I promptly get a WhatsApp message. We'll make that 2 of them from David Christie, with the BMW bigger than anything else out on track. Thank you very much.
I really wish we could have that on screen, actually. I love those memes so much, where you get the big boy, the chunky boy, the wide boy, BMW M8 GTE. It's there never will be, thankfully, anything ever like that ever again. It's such a tank. I mean, there was no reason for it to be that big. It was just, to intimidate the opposition. I'm pretty sure that's the main reason for it. But yeah, look, that's a different conversation entirely, Alex. GTEs, in all seriousness, are a different breed from this one-make DPI series, where you're spoiled with so much downforce for days, whereas the GTEs are a different affair, a point-and-shoot affair. As Barracuda into to pit lane there, and they take their, I'd imagine that's their third to last pit stop as they come in. In fact, that might be their 3 pit stops to go once they've completed this one, back with Avanti Racing, who now take that 4th position. And yeah, going back to Fordzilla and Radicals Online, I mean, just to clarify what I'm thinking here with that now, Radicals don't have the pace. As we see a car off in the background, that looked like, was that E-Team Brit? No, it was Avanti Racing. So they've got the place, and they've been so excited at getting 4th places, they've almost decided to bin it immediately in celebration at taking that 4th place there.
Oh dear, but like I was saying, for those that do want to join us for round 2, 28th of November here at Milton Keynes, Simply Race for round 2 of the championship. Head to simplyrace.co.uk/SRES. And if you are watching, thank you very much for continuing to stick with us all the way through what has been an interesting opening round of the 5-round championship so far. You can also get in touch via social media at Simply Race on Twitter and Instagram. Also, you can type in Simply Race in the search engine on Facebook, and also use the hashtag SRES to follow along and join the frolics and festivities that we've had for, nearly 10 hours of racing, David. We're about to head in about 8.5 minutes time into the last 120 minutes of the opening round of the season.
I know, where's it gone, eh? We say that at the top of every hour, but yeah, I mean, look, it's great because for us now, we get a second wind. I got a second wind about 3 hours to go, and now it's on the final countdown. It's Avanti Racing onto the pit limit, into the pits then for their 3rd to last pit stop. And again, now we're starting to see how the dice is going to fall and where we're going to see things. Even though Radicals don't have the pace to push the button right now, I still think it's going to be a very, very close finish to this. So yeah, that's what we've got in store. 2 hours and 7 minutes left to go in this race, and I think what we'll do then as we head to 9 o'clock UK time is we're going to head and take a very short commercial break. We'll leave you with an immersion break, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes to take you through the final 2 hours of the opening rounds of the Simply Race Endurance Series.
Because effectively we are in that point of the race itself where no one knows how this is going to pan out. Radicals Online chasing down Team 4Zilla, who have led for the majority of this race. Radicals Online now are 37 or so seconds adrift from what could be the top set of the rostrum. And Camsport in third, Ubarakuda now 12.0 seconds ahead of Avanti Racing, despite the faux pas, unfortunately, a little bit earlier on in the previous hour. It nearly cost them what would have been fourth place. Cadan and Casual, Apex, E-Team Brit and Lamarty Racing bringing up the rear out of the 8-strong grid, out of the Cadillac Daytona Prototype Internationals racing at the Buddh International Circuit for the first of 5 rounds for this season's championship.
So we finally did it, Alex. We got to 2 hours left to go. This is where you said the crunch point was going to be, where it was going to be make or break for a lot of these teams. And with the front two split by less than 40 seconds, is it still too close to call, do you think?
Yes, it still is. I mean, until we get to that, when we hit 60 minutes to go, I think firstly, we're both you and I are going to be thinking, we're in the home stretch. And that's what the teams will be thinking in the back of their minds. The front, however, will be thinking something completely different, as if to say, right, we need to get this car to the finish.
And just on that note, I mean, we've said constantly about what more can Radicals Online have done, but I mean, in a way that kind of takes away from the amazing effort that Team 4Zilla have done. I mean, it has been an absolutely flawless performance from them today, hasn't it?
It has, and you can only give credit where credit is rightfully due. And, you know, the trio of Jack Ashton, Sean Arnold and Charlie Crossler, they have been the impenetrable force. But when you put an immovable object against said impenetrable force, something has got to give. Now, what is the biggest thing that is going to give is the time between the two cars, which currently sits at 36.6 seconds, David.
I thought you were going to say track limits there, because that is something else that could play a factor. Because, again, without going into too much details, we know that 4Zilla and Radicals are very, very close to breaching those track limits. As Barracuda as well has gone very, very wide there as well. Camsport and E-Team Brit into the pits then for their third stop to go. Then, of course, when we get to about an hour and a half, I think we're straight into the territory. Maybe 1 hour 20, we're straight into 2 pit stops left to go. But yeah, this is a nail-biting finish to this race for sure. And again, you want to see it settled on the track. You don't want to see it settled by penalties.
Yeah, you don't want it you want it settled on the track, not in either a protest or an appeal or anything of that kind. And we now got Camsport in the pits, so that looks to be what could be their probably. I think they'll have with 1 hour 55 minutes on the clock, maybe another 2 pit stops to go.
Yeah, I'd almost certainly another 2 pit stops. So that's they're on their third last pit stop is what I'm reckoning. And again, I just seen E-Team Britain for a very long stop there.
Yeah, whether they decided to slightly do not a counterproductive but a counteractive strategy there, because they are ahead of Lamarty Racing. Not by, well, I mean, they're ahead by a lap, so could the story have another twist? There have been more twists and turns in this story as we proceeded over the last 10 hours and what is now effectively on the button, 6 minutes completed.
Yeah, for sure. And we're now starting to see the pit stops start to kind of merge into each other. I'd expect the Radicals in the next 10-15 minutes for their pit stop. That'll drop them back to about a lap behind the Fordzilla car. In fact, it'll drop them, I would imagine, to pretty much on the tail end, if not just in front of the Fordzilla car right now, because of the pace that they're able to do there. When you consider they came out with about 40 seconds behind and went in just ahead of them on that lap down basis. So they should stay on the lead lap for this the final couple of pit stops, but having them just behind them, I wonder if they'd be tempted to have a couple of rough laps, or maybe that's just me being sneaky and underhanded.
Sounds it. Yeah, I mean, are you playing with the pen on your desk, mate?
No.
Yeah, there's some sort of noise in the background. I think we can both hear on the broadcast side of things. Have to give credit to Team Fordzilla's Sean Arnold, who is now making his way back home to Swansea in South Wales, and a big thank you for him being part of the Fordzilla crew. So it's going to be driving duties shared between Jack Ashton and also Charlie Crossland right up until the end of this race. But the gap has started to increase a little bit more now here, David, because the gap is nearly 39 seconds in the battle for first and second position.
I've been noticing that as well and trying to figure it out, and then it's just realising that they're basically on different parts of the track. So like here, Fordzilla is on a straight, so you'll see that they'll get the advantage of opening up the throttle there. But then Radicals on a completely different part of the circuit will open it up, and then it just brings the gap in towards each other. So it's not necessarily reflective of one car doing better than the other, but when it goes up like that, you're like, oh, what have Radicals done? And then it comes straight back down, and it's, very confusing. But I make no mistake, Radical Online, that gap will come down to about 35 seconds, and I think Radicals Online will pit in the next 2 to 3 laps.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the key point. Well, actually, no, they pitted. David, they have just pitted with an hour and 51 to go.
There we go. That is one of the dice being rolled from Radicals. That'll drop them. Like I say, I think they will end up just in front of Fordzilla on the track. We'll certainly find out when they come out. But yeah, that is a bit of motivation for you, isn't it? To come out right in front of the car that you're fighting for the lead with.
Yeah, just interestingly seeing the multiple screens that we've got here in the broadcast studio. The fact that the front axle gets lifted up first to have its front tyres changed, and then the same for the back end. 25 seconds in the pits. You can see it picture in picture at the moment. And that is going to put Radicals Online to a lap down off of the leaders, but it has been pretty good sailing from Fordzilla. They have kept it very neat and tidy for the majority of this race. 42 seconds, bang on the button in the pits, and Radicals are out within 64 seconds.
Now, more importantly, they are still on the same lap then. So they are ahead of Fordzilla on that exit from the pits there. So that is fascinating. You can see them about 3-4 seconds up the road there. That gives you an idea of just how much they've been able to take off on that last stint there. That is huge news for them to have taken that lap back. And if they can get out, now we know what the Radicals can do, because remember we've seen this, when the Radicals get about 4 or 5 laps into their fresh tyres, whoever's behind the wheel feels suddenly the urge that they can smash in those big lap times, and we've seen it time and time again. They've been able to do lap records on that stage. Now, they couldn't do it last time because they came out the pits and they were directly behind Fordzilla, so that hampered their ability to get the hammer down. Without them there, they're in clear air on fresh, brand new tyres to absolutely eat into that gap. This could have another twist in the tail here.
Yes, it could. I mean, they've got to get those tyres. Oh, now, Barracuda have just got a penalty. That is going to cost them 4th on the road. That is big news right now, fresh from it. And I have got a feeling that might be for track limits. Oh, that's another one. That's a bit of a sting in the tail once again for the number 9.
Yeah, that's not exactly how you want your race to end, is it? It's and that's exactly what it's going to do. It's going to push them into that 5th place. I don't think they've got anything to worry about from Cadan Casual Apex, but it's still not the best way to get things going on the final 2 hours of your race here, Alex.
No, not at all. So that's going to be a drive-through penalty, which they will have to serve within 3 laps of said penalty being administered. That's the standard rule of thumb, and yeah, I mean, you can sort of just see on the graphic how many laps they've got between them and the leader, which is still Team Fordzilla. I did say earlier on in this race, didn't I, that mistakes are more costly towards the end of it, and we're now into the last 1 hour and 48 minutes. Any mistake now will be feeling like a killer blow for anyone that's wanting to make progress, and the first one to have that thrown at them is Barracuda.
Yeah, getting to this stage in the race where we're on our 11th hour here just now, and having something like that come up, that is a real stomach punch for them. Make no mistake about that one whatsoever. But it goes on. This is what endurance racing is all about. It is about, swings and roundabouts and making the most of things when they go in your favour, as they have done for Avanti Racing.
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll probably be thinking, well, we lucked into that one a bit. I mean, aside from all of getting out on the track as through the chicane of Avanti Racing, that was definitely more curve than I think track there from what I've just seen. And that was through turns 8 and 9 and going into 10 and 11, that double right-hander with that inverse camber that tilts to the right-hand side to around about a sort of a 15 to 20 degree angle where the right tyres are going to be tortured a little bit more than the left on that particular part of the circuit.
And as that Barracuda into the pit lane then to serve their penalty as they mount the curb on the inside of the pit lane there. So they go through. Avanti Racing come across the line, and they will all immediately take that 4th place from Barracuda. It's such a shame because they fought so hard to recover from the earlier mistake that they had. They're losing their rear wing, and that's all going to be for absolutely nothing as it comes in. We don't know how that works out in terms of their pit stops. In fact, we do, because if I remember rightly, Avanti and Barracuda pitted at exactly the same time, didn't they? They came into the pits together, so they're on the same strategy now. So that is a 4-position 4th place then for Avanti Racing, and that's done and dusted. And that comment I made about Radicals Online getting the free space and getting those those good tyres onto the car doesn't seem to have come to any advantage whatsoever to them, because they're still over 100 seconds behind Fordzilla. Granted, Fordzilla will have to come in and pit, but they're really not making the inroads that we were expecting to see from them.
Well, I mean, looking at the lap times that I'm now getting, Radicals Online currently about a 10th and a half behind Team Fordzilla. So Fordzilla running in the 1:40.8, 1 minute 40.965 was the last lap around for. Oh, we've got a yellow out in sector number 3. So just wondering who's had a bit of a moment. That could be. That is Lamasi Racing that has just had a bit of an off. I think they've just had a bit of a moment, so that has caused them a little bit of a drama, but I think they'll probably be breathing a big sigh of relief when they actually get across the finish line, as we're now past the 15-minute mark, 1/4 of the way through the penultimate hour of the first round of this season of the Simply Race Endurance Series. If you haven't had the opportunity to come down to the new facility at Simply Race just off Milton Keynes Central at the hub, come on down, go to simplyrace.co.uk. If you have got a team of drivers that want to club together and compete with us, we're going to go to a replay now, and this is Lamati Racing into the left-hander, and a bit too much curb. Oh, on the grass, back end steps out to the left-hand side, and that was pretty much what's going to be a 180 hole, just over a 180, maybe make that a 200 degree spin around there, but they managed to hold the brakes. The car that went past got through rather expediently, and back on the road goes Lamarty Racing. So if you want to get involved with rounds 2, 3, 4 and 5 of the championship, head to simplyrace.co.uk/SRES. You can also interact with us on social media. We are on Instagram at simplyrace, at simplyrace on Twitter, and also if you type in Simply Race on the search engine on Facebook, you'll be able to find us, like, and follow our respective pages. There is the podium. We have the 3 trophies for the top 3 at the end of tonight's festivities, ready and awaiting to be presented to the top 3 teams here in Milton Keynes. And we'll hopefully have a couple of brief interviews with the top 3 drivers. There's the picture-in-picture of still a little bit of activity, a little bit less than what we had a bit earlier on when the stream got underway at about 10:40 UK time this morning. Where it was, we literally came on stream as soon as we had the track guide. A big thank you to our good buddy Lewis McGlade for providing that for us. And also, we were in the throes of what was a very fast-paced qualifying session that was decided within the last 2.5 minutes of the 20-minute session. But still, Radicals Online, David, have started responding, and hold the phone. 0.4 of a second quicker last time around.
Yeah, that is quite a turn up for the books. There you go, they've cracked the 100-second mark. So briefly down into 99 seconds. And there we go, maybe that's the 5-10 minutes underway of those new tyres. And maybe it's just took a little bit longer for those tyres to come online for Radicals Online. And we've certainly seen them do this time and time again. Oh, this is this is getting a bit tasty now. So they've just done their pit stop. As we said, they're about 99.5 seconds. That means Fordzilla is going to be the next one to blink in about 20-25 minutes time to get their second to last. In fact, is that Fordzilla into the pits already just now behind? Surely not. That's very early. It is Fordzilla into the pits already. So are they covering things off? Because, I mean, that is very early, Alex. They're still going to have 3 pit stops to do.
Now, the interesting thing is, now remember when I had that chat with Callum Cripps earlier on, Fordzilla have been pushing. Now, the biggest telling point is going to be the amount of time that they are stationary in the pits, and we've got Radicals Online now going through into turn 4. Fordzilla have been stationary in the pit stop box for 25 seconds. Now, one of the things that they've got to do is okay, the cool air is going to help, but they've got to tread carefully here. And the biggest reason why I say that, they'll have new tyres on that car. And 42.9 seconds. If it was going over 45 to 48, I would be worried. But look at the gap now, because what will happen is Team Fordzilla now out of the pit lane. Gap now is 34.3 seconds. 34, 33, and it's going down even further still. Now, the thing is, Radicals Online have to start pushing, and the reason being, Fordzilla have to get those tyres up to temperature, and round the final corner comes Radicals Online. They're about to cross the start-finish line, and they are 33.8 seconds behind.
Well, that is a turn up for the books. I didn't expect Fordzilla to end that early. That's really thrown me off. I'm really confused by that. And a penalty for E-Team Brit then. Again, that's probably going to be for track limits, you have to presume on that one. So Fordzilla on the fresh tyres, on the fresh rubber, 34 seconds up the road with 1 hour 40 left to go. Again, 40 seconds, that's going to take them to the top of the hour. That's going to leave them with... I genuinely don't understand that, because as far as I understood it, Fordzilla were still on track to actually make this just two stops for the rest of this, but maybe they weren't. Maybe they're running a lot closer than we thought, but Radicals certainly pushing and hustling that car to whatever they can, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. They've certainly got the pace right now, 34.4 but I mean, Fordzilla are going to be pushing almost immediately out of the gate. There's the gap down to 33.5 and even more. This could be actually a lap record for the Radicals. They're pushing to whatever they possibly can, and that gap's going to come down to under 32 seconds now, Alex. This is a charge and a half.
Yeah, it is about these tyre temperatures that are going to be ultra crucial. Now, one of the things that when you are activating tyres, you do not, and I repeat this, I'm going to enunciate this, you do not want to put too much heat into them too quickly. And the reason being is that can have an adverse effect on how the tyres light up, how they switch on. And a good driver will know, and I'm not going to take anything away from Team Fordzilla, but a good driver will know how to activate those tyres, how to switch them on. You then got to factor in this as another key part of this conversation, David, is how much life are in the tyres for Radicals Online, because we saw the gap go down to 32.9 seconds. It has just jumped up by a further 2.1 seconds right about now. The gap now 35.353 seconds. Now, that says to me that when Fordzilla are in the twisty stuff, Radicals Online are on a fast part. And there, the speed differential takes its cue from how the drivers are wrestling with the cars, as I'm just seeing Radicals Online going very, very... Oh no, Radicals Online have just managed to save the biggest almighty slide through turn number 11, and that has cost them time right there and then. Oh, that was pushing like crazy, and I did say a mistake could cost people. That could have decided the victory for round 1 of the season.
I love the fact that obviously we're saying that, but it's barely had 2 seconds. In fact, it's barely cost them a second of impact. That gap to 36 seconds now, when it was about 32, 33 seconds. Let's get a replay then of that moment there, Alex, and I could hear your heart in your mouth there. Again, it's that curb. It's that outside curb, and wow, that is some car control there just to keep it pinned. And you've got to say, Alex, I mean, it looks dramatic and it's a heart-and-mouth moment, but that could have been so much worse for them.
Yeah, I mean, if that had pirouetted 180 and gone backwards into the wall, that could have been disaster for them. Lamati Racing now into the pit lane for what will be, I think... Well, I mean, if it's 40 minutes for a pit stop, that could be nip and tuck. They might need a splash and dash at the end of the race. But if they brim the tank and do a bit of lift and coast, I mean, you could do a little bit of that going through turns 10 and 11, but not try and go complete Tokyo drift like we saw with Radicals Online. I am now going to do one thing that I need to do, and I'm going to find out which driver was behind the wheel of Radicals Online, because I'm going to stand behind them. So I'm just going remote. So laptop and microphone in hand. Oh, sorry. Right. David?
Yeah.
Have a guess who it was.
Was it Callum Cripps? It's just when you say that, it just seems like a Callum Cripps kind of thing to do. I tell you what, you say that, the time is coming back down. It's back down into the 35s already, Alex. So Callum really harassing that car to within an inch of its life here. I still don't think it's enough. I still think that it's going to be within 15 seconds, but at this current rate, it just doesn't feel like it's going to be enough for Radicals Online. But given we've got the dangling sword of Damocles hanging over both these cars, that could turn very, very quickly. To be honest with you, it's pretty good work for Callum Cripps to save it like he has done, and he's been the person that's been the most sideways through turns 10 and 11. He takes a very unconventional line, and I'm just seeing how different it is, because at the moment it looks like it is Jack Ashton behind the wheel for Team Fordzilla, and very different line from him. He's very neat, very precise, a little bit of minimal steering correction required for the Team Fordzilla car. And very nice and neat and tidy from Team Fordzilla. So very contrasting styles. Now,
The thing is that when I was talking to Callum, you have to rotate the car in. Well, he was more than rotating, he nearly over-rotated on that particular occasion.
The speed he's able to take into corners is absolutely frightening, no word of a lie. I mean, the ability that he's got, and he's coming dangerously close to that curb again, avoids it this time. But the fact that he's taken about 3 quarters of a second out of that gap already on that lap there, just through that section of corners, is absolutely absurd. He's so fast.
Yeah, I mean, he's just gone through that section again, and I just looked from about a few meters away, but just the way that he just put that through there after catching what could have been probably the most disastrous moment, let alone what happened in the early stages of the race, David. Very, very precise. He you know what they say, once bitten, twice shy.
Yeah, I can't imagine that one is going to happen again. We're currently watching Barracuda now then in 5th position, 7.8 seconds behind Avante Racing. I was expecting it would be much more of a gap between there, but such is the charge from Barracuda. They've had a penalty to serve, and it looks like they've served it, and they are hunting. They want that 4th place back, and they are still charging down. In fact, here we go, 3 seconds a lap is what I'm hearing. I cannot believe the pace difference from Barracuda right now, and Avante Racing have got a big target on their back right now.
Well, the song lyric really that becomes appropriate right now is "There may be trouble ahead," David.
Yes, there's definitely trouble ahead. Call the police because it's happening. Radicals Online, I'm going to feel very, very comfortable saying this one. At their current pace, they will not catch up on Fordzilla. At their current pace, even with the pit stops, it is going to take an accident or a crash to really adversely affect
I just seen, sorry to cut across you there, David, but I've just seen Callum Cripps having the almighty of steering corrections. The car snapped one way, he had to counter steer and then counter steer in the other direction to compensate for it. That was coming through the final sector, I think probably through turns 12, 13 and 14 as he makes his way across the start-finish line. And realistically, that gap, because of that slight moment of overcorrection that he's just had to do, he's lost another second to Team Fordzilla.
It looked the other way from where I am. It looked actually as if he gained time from that, because it went down to 36.8 on the timing screens there, Alex. So he was up to 38 seconds away, but that has come down very slightly. But again, as the cars reach different parts of the tracks, is going up and down like a yo-yo. I do stand by what I said. I don't think Radicals Online are going to be able to catch the leader now on track, unless there's an accident, unless there is a penalty. They certainly don't have the pace right now to do it with an hour and a half to go. I think it's too big of a gap to do, and I wonder how much out of those tyres he's taken with that spin.
David, I've got a quick question for you.
Yes.
How long ago did Team Fordzilla pit? Because I've just seen their fuel level. It's in the 50s at the moment. We could be in for, I think, a tighter race for the lead.
Well, they pitted just about 10 laps ago, didn't they? They pitted very recently.
So that effectively equates to what? 15, 20 minutes ago, maybe?
Yeah.
So looking at it from this perspective, so they pitted, let's say, give or take, 20 past 9. It's now 20 to 10 UK time.
Yeah.
Thinking of it from this perspective, so we've seen a stint is around about, 40 to 45 minutes at full pelt.
Yeah.
So we've got an hour and 90 minutes left to go. So Fordzilla could pit, I would say, 25, let's say, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's say in about 25 minutes to half an hour. That puts them on the hour mark to go. I have a slight suspicious feeling in my gut Fordzilla might still have 2 pit stops to do.
They do, 100% they do have 2 pit stops still to do. There is no way that they can make it on just 1 pit stop left to go, Alex. So that's why I didn't understand when they came in. From my calculations, they had more in the tank. Oh my goodness me, it's Radicals Online hanging that car out. How is he able to do that? But it's not fast. It's actually costing them time now. So I think that those tyres are a bit goosed. In fact, is that who's that behind? That's not surely. No, it's not. Never mind. It's costing them time in that Radical, the way that car has been overdriven right now. But Fordzilla definitely have to do 2 more stops. I thought they had way more in the tank than they obviously did, because that now means that essentially they have to come in and do a half stop. They only need fuel because they'll need to come in the last 25 minutes of the race, and they're obviously not going to be wanting to stand in for the full stint of that pit stop. So they'll probably come in for about maybe say 10, 15, maybe 20 seconds less than they normally would. But still, it's just a very strange place to be.
It is, and it's keeping everyone guessing, you and me inclusive. I think the thing is, I've just seen the fuel gauge on Callum Cripps's car. Radicals Online in 2nd position. 30. So he's halfway through. He's just over halfway through 55 to 60% of the fuel load eradicated from that gas tank that he's got in that car. So, but he is down on his delta according to his display. Fordzilla, on the other hand, just trying to keep an eye from here. They're slightly down on their delta as well, but nevertheless, I don't think. The gap now is just over 40 seconds, so I think you're right.
What were do you have access to the last lap times, Alex? That'd be very interesting.
Well, the thing is that I get that information on a need to know basis, and at the moment I am not in the broadcast.
Need to know, yeah. I just wondered, do you think there's a possibility, with the fact that Radicals Online's pace has dropped off massively, do you think both Fordzilla and Radicals are now managing fuel levels?
It's tough to say, but I would think Fordzilla having more fuel in the car now than what Radicals Online do. If both teams are sensible, and I use the word loosely, sensible, they might mitigate pace to get to the end of the race. The reason why I say that, okay, we know for a fact that Fordzilla have 2 pit stops to do. They might want to decide to sacrifice that lap time to really make it 1 pit stop. If they can do that, that would be one hell of an achievement. Good to see our friend from Denmark. Good evening, Mr. John Fabricius Turrell is watching along as well. Said I'd love to drive there. Fantastic setup at Simply Race. Well, John, we'd love to have you over here at one point. The thing is, this gap is now being managed. I think now it's conservation time. We've had 10 and a bit hours of pedal to the metal. No one has given up. That's the main thing here. Every single driver, every single team, when they cross this finish line, an hour and 25 minutes, I will always class as a winner, irrespective of the finishing order, because this is a stellar achievement. And some people have daytime jobs to go to tomorrow morning, and when they've been at a facility like Simply Race for what is going to be the best part of just north of 12 hours, everyone will be tired when they get to bed, and the first thing that they will do is they'll probably put their phones on Do Not Disturb and quickly go to sleep the minute their head hits the pillow. But that is something that it's a bit of an afterthought now, David.
Yeah, no, it really is. But I've got to be honest, my brain is going 10 to the dozen right now, trying to work out all of these different permutations here as we head to an hour and 25 minutes left to go in this race. Fordzilla ahead by what is definitely an uncomfortable margin, 41 seconds just ahead. More importantly, I think this is going to put Radicals Online potentially behind them if they were to go into the pit stops as well, because Radicals Online losing about a second a lap to Fordzilla. This is definitely not pace. This is definitely not a lack of skill or a slower driver behind. There must be a reason that they are slowing down. And I think you said it there. I think they're managing pace right now. And I think they're just trying to ease off, maybe get as much out of those tyres as they possibly can, get as much out of their fuel tank as they possibly can, because of course Fordzilla throwing that spanner in the works. Let's say, don't know why they pitted as early as they did here. This is the battle for 4th and 5th position, and this is for a cracking run for Barracuda. They want that 4th place back from Avanti Racing, and they want it back very, very quickly indeed. Oh my goodness me, it's been all the way down from 6th, 7th place there, and what is going to happen between here? I can hear some excitement in the background there, and Barracuda all over the back end of Avanti Racing. It's all going to be down to this straight here. Again, a thrilling climax to this race here.
Yeah, a bit tighter apex taken by Barracuda coming out of the 16th and final corner. For those that are keeping an eye on the Simply Race Twitter feed, you might see that our good friend Lewis McLeod has provided, done the overlays, and also done a fantastic voiceover job on the lap. But Barracuda really getting tight coming through turn 1, through into turn 2. They've next up got the right-hander, the tight right-hander that brings them onto the back straightaway through turn 3. Or a little bit of a bump over the curves from Barracuda might have lost them a little bit of momentum, but now the drag race is on.
I can't hear that name without going in my head. Ding, 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 ding. But Barracuda in 5th position. They are definitely hunting down Avanti Racing right now, and I tell you what, they need to get Avanti pretty quickly if they are going to hold on to this 4th place, because it looks inevitable. It looks in the bag. We've got a yellow flag in sector 2. Who has come off and caused that yellow flag? They've got going again. And I would put my money on saying it was either Cadan Casual, E-Team Brett, or Lamati that caused that.
That's Lamati, I think it was, possibly. I just did see on the, I think it was the Barracuda pod, it was 9, if I serves me correctly. They managed to they just managed to get past, I think. But yeah, it's really close. It's nip and tuck between the pair, but what Barracuda need to do is just keep on closing. They are really in the wheel tracks right now once again in the battle for 4th and 5th position. There's nothing more than a hair's breadth between them, as you can just see the differing lines, David, between these two cars as they now come through the final corner. Turn number 16, it's the blast down the start-finish straight to start another 3.158 miles. Yeah,
we just saw a replay there of Lamati. I'm trying to think of a polite word to say, but they just absolutely dunted that wall at a high rate of knots in reverse. Quite stylistic, but I'm not sure that's going to do all too much for the handling of that car, if I'm honest with you, Alex. They're going to have a trouble. In fact, it has, because they're into the pit and they're going to be repairing that damage. Now, 40 seconds is the gap between Fordzilla and Radicals Online. We're at 120. This is now, I would say, the earliest point in which you can pit and go through to the end with one stop after this. So this is the point where we see the 2 pit stops, the earliest point, I think, that you're going to see 2 pit stops getting you through to the end. We see E-Team Brit with Fordzilla behind them. Now, I'm watching this and I'm seeing Fordzilla, and I'm saying, there we go, that's good stuff. E-Team Brit moving out of the way for Fordzilla there. But an hour and 20 left to go, Alex, and all the cards, all of them, make no mistake, are in the pocket of Fordzilla right now.
They are indeed. Azu Barracuda going through turn 10 right, up close and personal with Avanti Racing. Going through into turn 12, it's going to be nip and tuck into the next right-hander they go, bumping over the curbs on their way, trying to make sure they mitigate any track cuts, because anything now could cost them. We've got 80 minutes of the race exactly to the point where we are getting towards the checkered flag, and no one is giving up in this battle for P4 and P5. Now, we did see earlier both teams pitted at the same time, but Ubarakuda definitely reeled in Avanti at a... they've tried to reel them in hook, line and sinker, but that won't happen until the move is done.
Yeah, it's one thing catching up to them, it's quite another thing being able to get past. We've seen that so often over the past 10, 11 and a half hours. We are coming up to an hour and 20 minutes to go. And Alex, it's felt like 7 days we've been doing the commentary here on this one. We are absolute gluttons for punishment. But when you've got as thrilling and as exciting racing on this, it makes it an absolute joy to be part of, doesn't it?
It does, and I was having a chat with broadcast director Mike Yow, and I said, "Are you all right?" And I said, "Yeah, it's the atmosphere. It's just, it's complete. It's kept me going. It's given me that spring in my step, so to speak. And now the gap between Radicals and Fordzilla now drops under 40 seconds for the first time for a considerable margin. As I'm just having a look. Ubarakuda is coming through. That's turn number 10. Run it a little bit wide. Don't take too much of the curb on the outside into turn 11. Now through into 12. Now into the 13-14 chicane complex. We'll have another corner to go. Bit of a bump on the right front going through the curbing on turn 14 for Ubarakuda. But they are keeping Avanti Racing rather honest thus far. And just keeping an eye on Callum Cripps' fuel gauge. The fuel is rapidly decreasing, and he is below 20 on the fuel gauge. It's Ubarakuda in the slipstream on the start-finish straight. Yeah,
here we go. This run down to turn 1. I don't think it's going to be close enough to make the move, but it's all about turn 3. The exit that he gets from there, it's all about the exit and into the toe along that long straight there in the run to 4. He does that wide line into the corner. I don't know if it helps him too much, but he gets back on the power. Seems to be in the toe here. This could be it then. This could be the moment for Ubarakuda to take the 4th place back. I think he's a little bit too far back there, unless it's a huge dive into the corner. He only just gets into the toe now, sends it up the inside. Can he make it down? It's onto the brakes, and it's too late onto the brakes there for Ubarakuda. It's going to be up the inside for Avanti Racing, and that is so close. But that shows all of the cards to Avanti Racing. They know exactly where the move is going to happen next lap, and they're going to make sure they close that one off. And Barracuda, I tell you what, they were very lucky that didn't go much further, much worse for them.
Well, I'll be completely honest. The minute I heard the stomp on the brakes from Ubarakuda, the indicated speedometer reading was 184 miles an hour in top gear, 6th gear. That's nearly 300 kph in the other metric visual reading that you have on speedometers, especially when you go over to continental Europe, or if you're in a right-hand drive car and you're in Australia, it's always in kph.
But it's upside down anyway, so you don't need to worry about that. But Ubarakuda out of the final corner, and a big power slide there, and all of the good momentum is undone for Ubarakuda there. They are struggling is the word, to get behind and get past that car. But here,
sorry, David, I've got to cut across you. Low fuel warning light has come up on Callum Cripps' display. He has got just under 7 litres of fuel left in the tank, so I would expect within the next lap or two he is going to pit, and we have an hour and a quarter still to go. You can see it's been a long day. I've just said minutes instead of hour.
If I'm honest, if I'm Fordzilla, I'm pitting this lap as well. I'm covering off Radicals, and then it's a 39-second gap, and we are all on the same strategy. No surprises, no undercuts, no anything. It's all in a straight drag race to the finish, and then you kind of know what you're covering off then, surely.
Yeah, there's been a change. Cam Sport in the pits. Christian just takes off his racing gloves and throws them onto the floor, and Chris Wilson now gets behind the wheel. Looks to be for possibly the last couple of stints here, but Callum Cripps, he's going right down to the end of the fuel limit in that tank. And now the pit lane warning sign has come up on the display on the just underneath the rear view mirror on the Cadillac Daytona Prototype International. So interestingly enough, you can get an idea just from my own retrospective, is that where you've got the fuel gauge, you've actually got an indicator of how many litres it is taking per lap out of the fuel tank. And the thing is here, David, he's going to pit with around about 1 hour and about 13 minutes on the clock. Now, look at it from this perspective. The minute Callum Cripps gets a fresh set of boots on that car, full tank fuel, look at it from this strategic perspective. Callum Cripps won't have to fuel the tank to the brim to get to the end.
No, that's very true. He might not even need to change the tyres. He might just come in to do a tiny little top up of fuel, keep the same tyres on, and just go for it.
Well, I'm going to keep an eye on the... well, I'm actually going to use the stopwatch on my phone to time him when he comes into the pits. So I'm not looking at a stream like David is. I'm looking at what's happening real time. So I'm going to use the old traditional method, buddy.
Well, he's definitely going to be in this lap because he needs to be for fuel-wise, and be the pace that he's got is absolutely unrelenting. It was 42 seconds about 5 laps ago, and yep, as predicted, into the pits then comes Callum Cripps in the Radical Online machine for his penultimate pit stop of this race. It is going to be with bated breath. Now, what could happen is he could partially fuel it as well and leave the full stint to the last one. That would be a bit of a curveball if he could do that, because he would absolutely catch Fordzilla off guard here. We'll have a look as he goes into to pit lane there. Barracuda still trying to take that 4th position from Avanti Racing here as we watch this battle unfold in front of our very eyes. And Alex, for a 12-hour race, this is starting to get absolutely frantic. And E-Team Brit they've DNF'd from the race, it looks like. I don't know if that's a technical problem for them, but that looks is shown as a retirement.
Well, actually, I'm going to catch a word with Max Spooner in just a second, but we're at the 35-second mark for Callum Cripps. He's brimmed the tank, David. And I'm just going to wait until he sets off, which should be around about now. I make that about 47 seconds. But come here, Max. Right, we'll have a quick chat with him. The screens just went blank when James was behind the wheel just now.
Yeah, I forgot to pit and ran out of fuel.
Oh. You know, I have to give you guys credit where credit is due, and the main reason being, obviously, Hamish, Matthew and James, very, very new to the team. It's a new challenge for them. But how do you think overall that they've handled it? Because they've done an admirable job. I mean, there's been, running as high as 4th of the race. You couldn't be prouder of the guys, could you?
Oh yeah, they've done a damn sight better job than I have today. But yeah, it's just frustrating because, yeah, as you say, we were running really high, and I think we were gunning for 6th, and I think we'll be lucky to hold on to 7th now. So yeah, but yeah, no, they've been mega today, and I think it's fair to say we probably, knowing the competition we have here and the competition knowing us, probably knew we weren't fielding our strongest squad. But I think, despite that, the mantra still applies. We keep it clean, keep it consistent, and hopefully maximise the result from our pace. And they've done that. But yeah, it happens, and we'll just focus on the next one.
Now, obviously, a couple of months' time, Imola, GTE, 6 hours. Please tell me we are seeing the Aston Martin with you guys.
I don't know yet.
You've got a big choice to make. I mean, there's the M8 GTE. I mean, David and myself were having a chat a bit earlier on today. Actually, a couple of hours ago. Dave likes the BMW. I like the Porsche, but it was nip and tuck between the two. But of course, Team Brit, the parent team of E-Team Brit, run an Aston Martin in the Britcar Endurance Trove series with Bobby Trundy, who gave us some sparkling praise on the commentary earlier on tonight. Thank you very much, Bobby. He said he's going to check in a little bit later on. But they run an Aston Martin Vantage V8 along with Aaron Morgan. are we going to have to wait and see what E-Team Brit decides to run at round 2?
Depends on which one is easier to make a livery, I guess. But no, it's we'll take a look at it. I mean, we've got the Aston, so that is a potential option. But of course, there's the BMWs as well. But yeah, I think it's I think the decision will be made probably over the next few days which car we go with, and we'll take it from there, really.
Well, the main thing is that you guys are now just under 70 minutes away from reaching the checkered flag. No matter where your crew has finished, I think it's still a very good start to the season for E-Team Brit, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. And I think, it being the first round and, to go away with a 7-4 and 8th, the championship's only going to see more competitors come into the fore, so to have that head start will be really important as we head towards the 24. And hopefully we'll be joining the DPIs as we go there.
Max, thanks very much for your time, and we'll see you for round 2.
Cheers.
Alex, while you've been talking to Max Spinner, an absolute bombshell has been set off on the race because Radicals Online, despite all of their effort, succumbed to a penalty on the final hour and 10 minutes there. On the other hand, we did see that Ubarracuda get that 4th place after a huge moment from Avanti Racing. We're just seeing the replay here. Again, that curb, again the snap oversteer, and again it's a trip to the inside for Avanti Racing there. But huge news there for the 2nd place team to get that penalty, Radicals Online, and that could put their 2nd place in potential jeopardy.
Well, it won't put their 2nd place in jeopardy because looking at it from this perspective, the run through the pit lane is around about
25 seconds, yeah.
20. It was 18.9 last time that Ubarracuda came in to serve a penalty themselves. So it's only going to put them a further 20 seconds behind. I mean, Charlie Cross over to the Radicals Online pod to have a chat with Tierney, who is sitting, just keeping an eye on his progress. So it's effectively denied Radicals Online the victory if they were getting any closer. If Callum was prepared to push, we knew that, and it has not favoured to their betterment, I'm afraid.
No, it really hasn't. What it has meant, though, is that Fordzilla can effectively just take their foot off the light pedal now and manage this race out until the end, given that is effectively an extra 20 seconds that's going to be added on to the time of Radicals Online. I mean, there is no way now that, barring an incident or an accident, pace-wise, that they don't have the ability to catch up now.
No, it is a shame, but it's the way the cookie crumbles, mate. I mean, we could go on as Emily Wilson, Chris's other half, wishes him very good luck. Chris is behind the wheel of the car right now, and looks like I think his teammates Ben Brown and Christian Kelly have managed to venture out. Just to be honest with you, even though we're in this kind of environment for the best part of well over 13 and a half hours, there are times when you do need to step out of the room, and it sometimes can actually help a team, because you look at it from this respect: the driver behind the wheel in the sim rig is not distracted. They are in their comfort zone. They are alone, and they are not being disturbed. They're focusing on the task at hand, and the big one now, David, with just under 66 minutes to go, is to get these cars to the finish. And now I'm just looking at Callum Cripps. He is pushing, and the low fuel light has come on Team Fordzilla. So now they just need to bring it home. They don't need to worry about Radicals Online. But rest assured, 28th of November, Radicals will come back fighting.
Yeah, and the other point is, I mean, 2nd place is still a fantastic result, given, I mean, obviously it would have been awesome for us to see a charge for the fight for the win, but given a second place with where they were at 15, 20, 30 minutes into this race, we never ever saw them coming back from that. We saw them at the back, and we saw them maybe getting to fourth or fifth, but to second place, I mean, that is an outrageous charge through the field.
That is, but it just goes that on pure merits, pure pace, you cannot discount Callum Cripps. Now, I've seen it when he's been here for the Simply Race British Championships and the touring cars, and now I've seen it in real life. I've seen it now here in the sim racing world. Callum Cripps, you put him behind the wheel, he's going to give everything. He's going to exhaust every option, leave no stone unturned. And unfortunately, at that stage in the race, could have been a completely different story had he not got that penalty.
Yeah, and if that is for track limits, let's not forget that Fordzilla were also on the verge of that as well. So it could still be a penalty for Fordzilla to come in the next hour. That could very well happen. They were dangerously close to it, if I remember. In fact, Fordzilla into the pit lane then, and I've got a feeling they're going to be followed very quickly by Radicals Online.
Yeah, we'll wait and see on that one. And yeah, your guess is as good as mine. I think we've just got to wait with bated breath and just see what happens, how it all transpires, David.
Yeah, it's a very, very astute observation there. Barracuda then in fourth position, racking up that gap now. 3.4 seconds is the lead that they have over Avanti Racing in fifth place. Radicals have decided to stay out on track. And yeah, this is building up to be an epic finish of the race. Let's remember that Radicals do need to come in for that penalty. They also need to come in for a final pit stop as well. So we will have a look. I'm not sure if they've got to serve that penalty within a certain amount of laps. I'll have a little look at that, but we're not sure if they've already actually been in or not. But yeah, it would make sense actually with the amount of time that they've fallen back behind. Yeah, they must have already served that penalty because they were 40 seconds. It's now 59 seconds, so they've made a bit of headway. But really, it's a case of what could have been here. So 56.5 seconds is the gap. Radicals then still need to make their final pit stop. We've got a yellow flag in sector 1. I've got a feeling that that is Avanti Racing that have come a cropper in fifth place. It looks like it because they're dropped down about 4 seconds in the space of 200 yards. So that would suggest that Avanti Racing have had a bit of a spin there further down the order. But again, it's a case of what could have been then for Radicals Online as we head into the final hour of racing here at Circuit Buddh International here for the Simply Race Endurance Series, Season 4, Round 1. And it's David Christie and Alex Goldschmidt taking you through all of the closing stages here. Do not go anywhere because anything could still happen. We could still have a very wild swing from one direction to the other. We'll wait with bated breath to see that. This is then the moment for the fifth place team and Avanti Racing. Do they hit the grass? Do they hit the barrier? Oh, they very luckily just avoided the barrier there, so no damage done to the car. They get dusted off and get back to it. But here's Radicals Online. They're still trying to charge, but in all honesty, I think that their best effort now is just to make sure they bring that car home in one piece. Now, Fordzilla obviously still have another pit stop to do, and they can kind of now cover off Radicals Online, because if Radical Online decide to pit with, say, 35 minutes to go, 40 minutes to go, Fordzilla can come in at exactly the same time to make sure that there is no advantage on that. But you can see Fordzilla just ahead, putting another lap down on Camsport there, and that gap is actually coming down very, very quickly. So I wonder if Fordzilla lost quite a bit of time there while they were trying to get past that Camsport car there. So very intriguing development. We'll keep an eye on that one. In fact, they're still losing quite a lot of time now down to nearly 50 seconds between Radicals Online and Fordzilla. Remember, it was 59 seconds when they came out of the pits there. So there we go, an hour left to go in the race, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for sticking with us through this. It's been a wild 11 hours that we have done. We are into the 12th and final hour though, and what an hour we have got left. All of the cars still got at least one pit stop left to do. Fordzilla will likely take that in about half an hour's time. Radicals will take that in about 15 minutes, I would imagine. Probably actually about 25 minutes. Cam Sport still to go. Barracuda as well. Avanti Racing still on the outskirts of that 4th position. They want to try and take that back from Barracuda. So we're still just watching Cam Sport here. They are currently 2 laps behind your leaders just now, and Barracuda another 2 laps down on them as well. Avanti Racing on the same lap as Barracuda, then it's another 5 laps down to Cadan Casual Apex Racing in 6th position, E-Team Brit down in 7th position, and then Lamati in 8th position as well. And again, it's now surely just a case of, for a lot of these cars settling down, but the Radicals car is not settling down. That gap was 52 seconds, it's now 50.3 seconds, so that's 1.5 seconds taken off of Fordzilla on this first stint. Is it too little too late for the Radicals, or can they mount a late charge for this battle for the lead? Because it all depends on that track limits violation that is so nervously close for Team Fordzilla. We'll keep an eye on that, and as soon as Alex comes back we can maybe get another eye of what things are like on the floor for the closing stages of this race. But this has been a just scintillating race, action, adventure all the way through here as Camsport are looking to get past it. I think that might be the Avanti Racing car trying to get past them just now. Or might that be Barracuda? I'm not sure, but it's certainly not for position. It's Barracuda that are trying to get their way past them just now. But again, it's just for the place on the track. It's not actually for the position on the actual race itself, because there are 2 laps separating both of them. Just now, a little flash of lights, a little cheeky flash of the lights. But again, not close enough really to do anything. It's going to be onto the brakes here and pulls it into the inside for both of the cars here. Barracuda definitely trying to harass and hassle Camsport to maybe more than they should be doing right now, but it is 57 minutes left to go in the race, and this has been an amazing race so far. Back to the number 15 car of E-Team Brit. They get going again. It looks like they will hold on to that 7th position just now. A great effort there. Despite running out of fuel earlier on, they get back out on track and they hold on with Lamati down in 8th place, a lap behind them as it is just now. And again, I think given how difficult this race has been for E-Team Brit, I think they'll take 7th place. They could have had a much better finish given where they were earlier on during the race, but that is motorsport. That is what you have to put up with. Sometimes things go your way, sometimes they don't. It's about how you get back up and get looking forward to the next race. That's what defines you as a team. You win together as a team, you also don't win as a team. You have to kind of be there to support each other. Now here comes Barracuda again on the back of Camsport, really pushing hard to try and get past this for the battle. Well, again, it's not really a battle, is it? It's 3rd and 4th place, but they are split by 2 laps here as 55 minutes left to go in the race. The gap now between Fordzilla and Radicals stabilising at 50 seconds. I've got to be honest, I think it's a done deal. I think we're now seeing the final order of the race starting to emerge here. I know we've got pit stops, but I can't honestly see the pit stops changing anything as it were. Avanti Racing are potentially the only ones that could benefit from something happening with the likes of Barracuda. But I mean, Fordzilla now could take a they almost have a pit stop in hand as Barracuda almost attacked there from Camsport almost under attack there from Barracuda up the inside there. And that's a little bit of a crazy lunge there from a car that doesn't actually have to get past that. This, I've got no doubt that this is just for mental bragging rights over these two right now, but realistically, Camsport 2 laps up to the good on this. They don't need to bother about bragging rights. They are quite happy to keep on to that final step on the podium. Avanti Racing getting a penalty there, and my heart jumps every time I see penalty coming up because it could have massive implications. But that's it. Avanti Racing now are not going to benefit from any sort of issue with Barracuda. They are now relegated to that 5th position. They're going to have to come in for a penalty, and they're going to have to come in very, very sharply to do so. Barracuda trying to get a good exit out the final corner out of turn 16 to start another lap. 54 minutes left to go in the race here, and it's still Camsport from Barracuda, and it's not going to change anytime soon. Up the inside turn 1, I mean, that is more forceful than it absolutely needed to be there, and Barracuda brings himself now to within 1 lap of the car in front and almost immediately bins any advantage that they had here. I don't understand this. I don't understand why they're being so aggressive and so defensive here when they're just not fighting for position here, and it makes no sense whatsoever, Alex.
Yeah, it could end up in tears, my friend, but Barracuda staying ahead. But yeah, I think at the moment it's you don't need to be that aggressive at this point in the race with 53 minutes on the clock to go, David, because as I said, you have a mistake and you can't come back from it when it happens, and you don't want drivers to be penalised in the final 50 minutes or so of the race.
No, you absolutely don't want that at all. As we see Cadan Casual Apex now 5 laps behind Avanti Racing. E-Team Brit, though, does look like they're going to hold on to that 7th place, Alex. I know Max was a little bit worried that he was going to finish at the bottom of the field, but it does look like they are going to stay ahead of Lamati. So, small clouds and all that. I mean, given how much they've struggled with that car today, they have to be delighted that they finished this race.
Definitely, it's a sense of achievement, and Max Spinner was very, very, very honest and upfront about, it's the woulda, coulda, shoulda situation, as we both very, very well know. But just by, the fact you've got the team manager here and you've got 3 drivers who are fairly, fairly new to the fold at E-Team Brit, a very, very inspirational team in their own right. To get to this point of the race, still be running. Okay, yeah, a little bit of a rookie error with the running out of fuel, but that happens.
Yeah, we've seen the best of them, and look, that's what it's all about. It's about those fine margins and running it right to the limit. As sometimes it'll go your way, sometimes it won't, Alex. That's the very nature of motorsport. If it had, it would have been an inspired move, and everybody would have been delighted. But to have that chance, you've got to take that risk.
Yeah, but sometimes you do have to look at the risk versus reward situation and whether it is going to work out to your favour. That being said, with just over 51 minutes to go, still things can happen, David. We have seen it before. I mean, Le Mans, one particular example. Remember Kaz Nakajima breaking down, obviously, on what was going to be the final lap of the race, and then Team WRT, the 31 car in LMP2, had an electrical failure on the very last lap of the race. And having diagnosed that, they still had 20 litres of fuel, so they would have more than comfortably had finished in P1 and LMP2 this year, but it was the number 41 car, the Ferdinand von Habsburg. You also had Robin Freins and Charles Milesi behind the wheel of that car as well. So it can show sometimes that, yeah, you can get all the advantage you can, but you still have to have a little bit of late luck on your side at the end of the day.
Yeah, you absolutely do. And I'm watching the performance from Radicals online. What has happened there? Because they've taken what looks like about 2 seconds out of a lap from Fordzilla. I think we're getting to the stage now where it doesn't really matter the effort that they're able to put in, because the simple fact is they both now have to do another pit stop. It's going to be Radicals online that has to blink first, probably in the next 15 minutes, by which point Fordzilla could easily just come in at the same lap and cover them off.
Very true, but look at it from this perspective, David. Now, I'm looking at the respective fuel gauges, both Radicals Online and Team Fordzilla, and at the moment it's in the 20s for Callum Cripps. Team Fordzilla look to have an additional 20 to 25 in the fuel tank, so it's nip and tuck between the two, because this strategy call, whoever makes the boldest one, playing safe sometimes is not the style of respective drivers, let's be honest.
Yeah, that's very, very true. But we'll have to keep an eye out on that with the lightening fuel load. That's going to mean that the Radicals do have more pace in that car, but we've seen what can happen with that. And Callum Cripps can, on occasion, overdrive that car. The only good thing that he's got is the fact that he's cleared that the drive-through penalty for the track limits, which means that he has now a small handful of future track limits infringements that he can kind of put under his belt, and kind of push that little bit harder. And I mean, the gap is coming down quite considerably, but with 48 minutes left to go, I mean, it's quite honestly going to take a miracle as we see Barracuda into the pits here.
Yeah, they are indeed, and they're taking on a significant amount of fuel. That's now over 45 litres in the tank of that Cadillac Daytona Prototype International, with 48 minutes on the clock.
I think they're going to be just short on fuel. I think it's too much. Barracuda, I think 48 minutes is going to be too long. They're going to have to do a little bit of fuel saving.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that front, David, but I think the biggest thing is that you've got to drive. You know, if there's like a gauge underneath the fuel level that is indicated on the car's display, and that's where you might try and get underneath that number. Now, fuel saving has been shown to be critical in certain respects. Now, I just noticed 3.86 on Radicals Online underneath, so that could be what the car is using on average per lap.
That would tie in. Well, either way, they've got about 4 laps left of fuel, maybe in the tank anyway. So I would imagine they're going to be coming in the next sort of 10 minutes. They're going to want to get it over that 40-minute mark. If they can get it over the 40-minute mark, then they should be relatively safe. As you see, into the pit end, Avanti Racing behind Cadan Casual Apex Racing. This is now, ladies and gentlemen, the final pit stops of the race that we are seeing underway here. And a pivotal moment, really, in the race here, Alex.
Right, well, I've just made a quick calculation. Fuel that he's got in at the moment, Callum Cripps has about 5.5 to 6 laps worth of fuel. Now, with the pace they're setting at the moment, which will probably be in the mid to low 140s, approximately, give or take, that is going to be in a roundabout, so you're probably looking in about 10 minutes, so with 36 to go, I would think, round about that mark, 36 to 40 minutes to go. And that is in, what, 6 minutes time?
Yeah, and like I said, that is almost bang on a full tank load for the final stint.
Which means Fordzilla will have less to fuel, because they are still in the 30s.
Yeah, 100%. They're going to come in with, say, 20 minutes left to go or 15 minutes left to go, and they're only going to have to put on a half load, if that, to get in. But it's about whether that upsets the rhythm. We've seen that in other championships, Alex, as we see Fordzilla getting past Cadan Casual Apex there to put them 6 laps down as it stands. We've seen it in other championships where it's almost the easiest route can be the most difficult for some teams.
Well, some teams do like going the hard way when it comes to making a strategic call. And from my money, I think it's going to be close. It is going to be down to the wire, but it is about how both teams react and deal with the situation accordingly. And it's... Go on.
No, I was just waiting to say, I was thinking it was going to be close, Alex, but I have to disagree now. I think it's, at its current state, I think it's a done deal. I think it's at the most that we'll see maybe 4 or 5 seconds come off of that time for Radicals Online, but I think it's going to be at least a 30-second gap now that, as it stands, Fordzilla are going to win this race with, from what I'm seeing just now.
Yeah, I would actually really agree with you on that front, but stranger things have happened. I'm not trying to cast the cloud of doubt over this whole event in any way, shape or form, but you know, the penalty that Radicals Online has a little bit of a wide line there. There was a warning for Callum Cripps for a cut track just there, and that was coming out of turn 9. So he is pushing. Gap now down to about 45 seconds between the first and second position. So nevertheless, Callum Cripps has been making an indent into the lead of Team Fordzilla, nevertheless.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying there as well, Alex, is the fact that because he's cleared that track limit penalty, he's now got a handful of track limits that he can get away with legally before he gets penalised again. Whereas Fordzilla don't have that luxury; they've only got 1 or 2 penalties that they, or sorry, 1 or 2 track cuts that they can do before they accrue that penalty. So they're got a 20-second penalty hovering potentially over them. If they get that penalty, I'll completely retract my prediction, because that changes everything. That then puts it at 20 seconds away. Radicals Online, that's like a red rag to a bull.
And you've got the perfect bull behind that wheel in the form of Callum Cripps.
Yeah, you absolutely do. And the thing is, pit stops are going to be absolutely crucial, because remember, it's not going to be the usual 1 minute and 4 pit stop that we're going to see from Radicals here for Fordzilla. Fordzilla are likely going to have, like, maybe say a 45-second stop to get in all the fuel that they need to get to the end.
Right, okay, fuel gauge on Callum Cripps now 15.6 remaining in the tank. So looking at it that way, that's another 5 laps, pretty much. So I would say with 1 more lap remaining of those 5 laps, Callum will be in the pits, and 4 laps, give or take, that's around about, give or take, maybe say 7.5 minutes. So say with probably 35 to go, he'll pit.
Yeah, that sounds like a good call, and that means that, as I say, 20-25 minutes to go, that's when Fordzilla are going to pits. We see Lamati into the pits then for the final time of the race as well. And again, we might not have the lead battle that we're going to have, but the fact that we're still, after 11 hours and 20 minutes, Alex, talking about what the pit stop strategy is for first and second place shows just how interesting this is at the late stage in the race.
Yeah, very, very true. I've just had a quick glance at Fordzilla 31 in the fuel tank, so just over 50% has been drained on that Cadillac in the number 1. So 31, let's say, give or take 3.5 litres. That's probably another, 15 or so laps, I would have thought, and 15 laps. They're going to pit with about 50. I would say, to play it safe, 15 minutes to go is when they'll probably, 15 to 10 minutes to go will be the last time Team Fordzilla pit, and they'll pit just about enough with a little bit in hand, just as an extra reserve, just to get it across the line.
That's the other question I've got as well. How do they know what to... I mean, obviously they can calculate off the averages for the fuel that they've had so far in the race just now, but Yeah, I definitely, I think you'd be a foolish person to predict the outcome of this race for sure. All the cards are certainly stacked in the favour of Fordzilla, especially with the fact that Radicals Online have down to 43 seconds there. Again, I just can't see how this one can play out for Radicals Online to take the win for this.
Yeah, it's an interesting proposition. So yeah, looking at it this way, actually, I've just done a recalculation. So let's say, okay, 30 litres in the tank, give or take the average, rule of average, let's say 3.2 litres being evaporated every single lap. So that gives them, that's about, let's say, just shy of 9.4 laps worth of fuel in the Cadillac. When you look at it from that perspective, so that's going to be, right, okay, we've got 39.5 minutes to go left in the race. Predictably, I would say, 1 minute 40 approximately per lap. They might be a little bit off that, maybe 1 minute 41, 1 minute 42. So I would say round about the 25-minute mark is when they might hit, depending on their pace retrospectively.
Yeah, I think that might be a good shout. As we see, the number 6 of Cadan Casual Apex going very, very wide at that corner there, and that looked almost like they had some sort of... they are really struggling with getting that car turned around corners. I wonder if they've got a pedal issue again on that car, because that seems to be taking a very, very wide line into the corners there. I wonder maybe if their brakes are cooked, actually, because it's just struggling to get slowed down there.
You could be very, very astute with your observation, David, and I'm just keeping an eye on when the fuel light comes on for Radicals Online. So there's 38 quarter minutes still remaining on the timer, because the minute we hit 0, that's effectively the final lap. We have seen it before where teams have decided to go a little bit slower on pace for the final lap, just to run the timer out, which is in many respects a very, very good strategy. And yeah, looking at it from this perspective, I think it's going to be very close, because we've just gone under 38 minutes remaining on the clock, and the fuel lights just come on for Callum Cripps.
Yeah, so as predicted then, just under the 40-minute mark then, right on time, and that is scheduled almost to perfection for a full tank gallop through the final stint of the race. So he'll be in the next lap or two. Again, all of the chips are stacked in the favour of Team Fordzilla, and you've got to say rightly so, Alex. I mean, let's take 5-10 minutes actually to talk about what we've seen in this race. We've seen Fordzilla very fortuitously taking the lead at the demise of the likes of Cam Sport and the likes of Radicals and the likes of Ubarakura, but they like a limpet, they've clung to that lead, and they just have not let it go.
No, they haven't. They qualified, surprisingly, I think, for Fordzilla, because it all started kicking off with about 3 minutes to go. Cam Sport hit the top, then it was Avanti Racing, then Radicals Online got stuck in. But it was Fordzilla that led the initial stages of qualifying, and they do say times of show points are to go. And Fordzilla have gone with a strategy that has worked. Now, I haven't seen the pit spanner indicator on the middle screen on the triples for Callum Cripps. And that's going to come up imminently, because the minute he has a couple of laps of fuel remaining, he will literally nigh on siphon out and it's just come on. Just come on has that light for Callum Cripps. And Goslin's still running in double digits, probably around the 15 litre mark left in the tank. And just trying to refresh my memory with regards to the Cadillac DPI fuel tank capacity. And I am using real life information as per the schematics on these cars. So from this, it's quite interesting. So it's a 930 kilo car in total. So just going to try and see if I can actually find what the actual specification of the fuel tank is. It's 4.75 meters in length, 1.9 meters wide, 1.15 meters high, and wheelbase is just over 3.9 meters. Other characteristics of the car: it has an improved gearbox through the VR version, which is the current generation of that car, which over the last few years it has been ultra competitive. So I'm just going to try and have a look and just give everyone a bit of an info. But also, it's won the Daytona 24 Hours between 2017
Radicals
and
into the
2020.
pits, Alex. Radicals
Right.
into the pits. So is Cam Sport. 20 seconds on the pit so far for Radicals. It's going to be a full stop here. When do Fordzilla pit? I imagine it's going to be at least another 10 minutes time.
Yeah, very, very true indeed. And effectively, no fuel lights on for Charlie Crossland so far. He's still in double digits. But yeah, this is where it's going to be interesting indeed. Car still stationary in the pit lane with 34 minutes to go. I would say we are going to see around about a similar sort of pit stop. Right, off the jacks and off and away. Now, the key thing is, David, what was the pit stop indicated time on Callan Cripps's car?
41.9. 41.9,
Right,
so it was about 3 seconds less fuel in the car.
Right, I'm going to go over and have a look. This is the wonderful thing about being here in person. You can understand
Yep.
the strategy and everything. Yeah, he's brimmed it. He's brimmed it.
So there we go then, full tank of fuel, and he's right behind, a lap down, but still behind the Fordzilla car in front of him of Charlie Crossland. And like we said, two things. One is that is going to be an incredible motivation for him, and two is that he needs to take it canny. He needs to give that car 5 to 10 laps to warm up the tyres, to get them up to speed and not push it too hard. However, is that going to happen? We don't know.
Jury's still out on that one, mate. And by about 32 minutes and 50 seconds thereof.
Yeah, it really is. And given that Fordzilla will have to put less fuel into the car, Alex, you've got to feel that 40-second lead is actually then going to extend up to potentially a minute.
Yeah, very, very much the case. And right, okay, the maximum capacity under the 2020 Balance of Performance Adjustment for the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship for the Cadillac DPI-VR is 75 litres. So effectively it would be on the previous generation, so there would have been an initial fuel tank of around about 16 litres of fuel. And when you're burning, let's say give or take 3.2 litres per lap. That's effectively 21.5 laps of fuel. So there are some drivers that are trying to conserve, and Charlie Crossland is absolutely full pelt. I've just seen him go all the way down the gearbox from 180 in sixth all the way down to about 70 in first gear. Complete commitment from the youngster from Team Fordzilla, one of the UK team, and I hope that his good buddy and teammate, not just him but also Jack Ashton, Sean Arnold, is still probably listening to us here at on the Simply Race Endurance Series stream. A big thank you to everyone that has been with us for this journey. It has been a lengthy one, as
Alex,
David,
can you do me a favour? Can you go over to Callum Cripps's machine and tell me what you see?
What
is that in front?
That is that's Team Fordzilla.
It is. They're a lap down, but they are harassing them. That's a lot of pace on that car.
And you know what's funny? We're just... Right, okay. David, the time now is exactly 12 hours since we started the stream here at Simply Race. And we are 30 minutes away from the end of the first round out of 5. If you have not signed up to the Simply Race Endurance Series for this season, round 2, 28th of November, Autodromo Nazionale di Monza, GTEs for 6 hours. Head to simplyrace.co.uk/SRES and get on board. We'll have, I think, 9 teams. That I remember by memory. We should hopefully have the returning Red Shell Racing. Late last-minute withdrawal, literally at midnight earlier on. As David, we are into the final half hour. What a journey it's been so far, buddy.
It really, really has. Here's another thought for you, Alex. Now, out on cold tyres, Callum Cripps has got a full tank of fuel. So Fordzilla of Charlie Crossland is lighter. It's on warm tyres, and yet the Radical's able to catch up to it and potentially pass it very, very quickly indeed. Callum Cripps is on an absolute mission right now, and oh my goodness me.
Shots fired, David. Shots fired.
Well and truly been fired. We're on the run down to turn number 16 here, and it's going to be into turn 1, isn't it? It's certainly no quarter given here from Cripps here, Callum Cripps on the back of Charlie Crossland. Then it's going to be the battle of the leg breakers into turn 1. He's into the toe. Is he going to make a move to the inside? He thinks about it, thinks again, and Charlie Crossland has to go late onto the brakes here. This is a fascinating little scrap. This is not even for the lead because Callum Cripps is a lap down, tries to get the cut out of 3, and this is a huge run now. Surely it's done, it's dusted. He's going to use the toe. He's going to use Charlie Crossland to drag him up that back straight there. He's going to move to the inside, and surely he's going to have this move done on the inside. A little bit of a nudge onto the inside there, and the move is done. And as if a little small victory for Callum Cripps, might not be able to get the place back there, but he does get a little mental victory over Charlie Crossland in the Fordzilla car, getting him on that straight there.
Right, all I'm going to say, firstly, good evening to IMB Raceware's Mike Pittman. Sean Arnold, still with us, buddy. Glad you are there. Fuel lights come on Team Fordzilla's with 27 minutes and 40 to go. Now, the mind games. The mind games of the season have started. Another song lyric. I am so excited.
Yeah,
I'm not going to sing it though.
I don't blame you. The thing is that, look, not only did Callum Cripps get past him, but the way he did it was so aggressive. He almost forced him out onto the grass. There was almost contact on that back straight there. And when you're a lap down and you're 27 minutes away from a race, that doesn't seem like the sort of thing that best friends would do.
Right. Sorry. Cutting across you here. Pit spanner warning light has just come on Team Fordzilla. 26 minutes, 50 seconds. Oh, I've got goosebumps, David. It's
well. Let's say that the pit stop is not the full minute, and he takes on, say, 45 seconds of fuel. Do you know what I've just had a thought here, right? Remember how they're on the edge of that drive-through penalty? How long does that take? That's 20 seconds.
Exactly.
This
20
is
indeed.
frightening. Oh my goodness me! Callum Cripps hangs the back end of that car out to dry on the exit of the corner, clips onto the curb there, and he is throwing this car. He is pushing with everything that he's got. There is still an outside chance that they could get a victory here, snapping it from the jaws of second place. And Alex, I mean, this is a mesmerising battle that we've got going on here. Callum Cripps is just throwing that Radical around.
Right, I've got a feeling that Charlie Crossland will be in this time with just over 25 minutes to go. He's coming through the final sets of corners here. And before he heads through into turn 16, he should exit stage right into the pit lane, which is coming up now. And Crossland is in the pits for the last time. The race to the checkered, officially with 25 minutes and 20 seconds to go, is now on.
Biggity, 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 boys, let's go racing. 25 minutes left to go in the race. You're watching Simply Racing Endurance Series Season 4, race number 1, kicking the season off in the biggest possible style. It's David Christie and Alex Goldschmidt. Now we have got a third wind because there's only 25 minutes left to go. How long is Fordzilla going to stay in the pits just now? They've taken on 12 seconds worth of fuel so far. I think they're going to take on at least 30 seconds of fuel. Maybe a little bit less than that, but the car's still in the pits. 40 seconds now. Anything longer than this, and this starts getting very, very scary. They're taking on an awful lot of fuel there. It's still up in the air. 50 seconds now, and now we're well into penalty territory. Are they going to full for the brim? It looks like it, Alex. They're going full. 55.5, not quite full to the gunnels, but that's a lot more than I thought they were going to take.
58 litres went in the tank, David. That was 10 litres, 11 litres away from capacity.
Oh, what's happened to Fordzilla? They've come together with E-Team Brit.
Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness me, the gap is now 37 seconds. Oh, this is craziness. Goodness me. So Fordzilla on the way out of the pits, Alex, get together with E-Team Brit. I think that was in the background there. This is just absolutely spellbinding stuff right now.
Yeah, and Martin Buchan arrives on cue. David Waltrip Christie there. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing. Gap now is 36.6 seconds. I think John Cashney's just gone over to E-Team Brit just to have a discussion. You know, just calm and composed, and just explaining everything. It's calm, it's cool. They don't need to lose their heads. And you know, there's been. I think at the end of the day, it might have just been a slight accident there on the part of E-Team Brit. It could be considered as a racing incident. But the main thing is, Fordzilla have now got 23 minutes to go, and Callum Cripps is, what, 37 seconds behind?
Yeah, that is a lot further than I thought, because obviously we thought they were going to gain like 20 seconds, but they didn't, because they pitted, fair enough, it was about 10 seconds less than they would have done under a full stint, but they almost lost that 10 seconds and then some with the altercation with E-Team Brit.
Yeah, that's the thing, when it's so late in the race, as I said earlier, mistakes do tend to happen in the latter stages. And when you get to this stage in the race, I mean, it's now 35.3 seconds between the top two. Now, Callum Cripps will have an understanding of what the gap is between him and the number one car. But I mean, the gaps are coming down now. Again, 34.6 seconds between first and second. It's now going up ever so slightly because Fordzilla is down the back straightaway between turns 3 and 4. So they're gathering pace. And Charlie Crossland has stayed in the seat for what is the final part of this race. And it's very interesting. I think we are going to get we might get a replay very, very shortly indeed of what happened. But now that Fordzilla have gotten clear of E-Team Brit, they've now got a little bit of clean air. Looks like we are hopefully going to go to a replay very, very shortly. But 21 and a half minutes to go, 35.7 seconds. I would be very interested to see what the lap times are between Callum Cripps from Radicals Online and Charlie Crossland from Team Fordzilla. That is the biggest question I have right now.
The question I've got for you, Alex, is they went very, very wide. They went off track. Will that count as an off-track excursion?
Yeah, it's very, very interesting. I mean, I think we're just about to see what happens as Fordzilla crosses the line. Gap now 34.8 seconds. We're going to go through the replay here. So this is coming through, and oh, this was actually coming out of the first corner. So E-Team Brit were at the outside. They were turning in. Fordzilla's, I think they both got maybe a bit caught unawares there. And that can happen. And that just goes to show how close it can be when drivers do get side by side, when it's not a battle for position. And at the minute, Callum Cripps running on the 141.8, Fordzilla a 142.1.
Yeah, that is. It's so delicately balanced right now. A breath of wind could tilt this one way or the other. If you've just joined us, where on earth have you been? Welcome along to the final 20 minutes of the first race of the season. It's David Christie and Alex Goldschmidt now bringing you through the final death throes of this race. It's been an absolute cracker for the past 11 hours and 40 minutes. Team Fordzilla in the lead ahead of Radicals Online, but a precarious lead that's coming down all of the time. And just to say, that is starting to go up now, 36.1 seconds. Camsport in third place, Barracuda in fourth position, Avanti Racing down into fifth, Cadan Casual Apex Racing in sixth position, E-Team Brit in seventh, and at the back in eighth position is Team Lamati. Oh, Alex, thankfully things starting to calm down a little bit just now. I mean, what a brilliant race we've had for this opener at the season.
Yes, indeed. And that momentum will carry through to the 28th of November 2021, which will be effectively the, we get to the halfway point of the season Road America for round 3 of the championship before the 12-hour at Portimao. So round 2 will be the the last race of this season of the Simply Race Endurance Series in 2021, and then it's literally 7 days after Hogmanay in your part of the world, my good friend, to have round number 3, and that will mark the halfway point of the season, and that's another 6-hour race, but that will be Road America, Elkhart Lake in Wisconsin, with DPIs on the menu. But yeah, it's just been rather impressive. But in the meantime, right, 1 minute 41.965 from Charlie Crossland. Callum Cripps, a 1 minute 41.223. Gap now is around about hovering around the 34-second bracket.
Yeah, the problem is we know that Callum is fast, but the problem is that pace-wise, it's just not going to make a dent into that lead. However, if something else happens in the next 17 minutes, then it could all change. But for the, part of you also now, I kind of don't want to say anything happening, because the fight that Fordzilla have put up has been absolutely magnificent to hold on to that first position, and I think anything else would feel kind of, clutching defeat from the jaws of victory for the sake of for Fordzilla at least. But I mean, Radicals, that pace, 32 seconds. We're going to see the gap come down to under 30 seconds in the next, maybe even not the next minute, but 17 minutes left to go.
I've just seen something.
Oh no.
Not to put the frighteners on anybody, but the gap now, 32.3 seconds. And I've just seen Callum Cripps, 1 minute 40.852. The last lap from Charlie Crossland, 1:42.449. That is 1.6 seconds that has just been taken out of that gap. There's 16 and a half minutes to go. So my question to you, David, is that, effectively, we've got 16 minutes to go on the clock. Callum Cripps has got a 33-second gap to get rid of. I don't think he's going to do it. I think he's going to push. He's going to try and get as close as he can to Team Fordzilla, but he won't get near them. He won't get past them either.
Do you know what? I'm tempted actually to go back to the stream, because I'm almost positive that I said about an hour ago that the gap would be at the end would be about 30 seconds. I'm almost positive that that's what I said, and I actually have to re-advise it. I think it's going to come down. I think it's actually going to be about maybe 21, 22 seconds. But at the end of the day, Fordzilla doesn't have to push. The Fordzilla just has to keep it on the track, keep themselves out of trouble. You've seen what happens when you get yourself around other cars. Don't risk it, just take the W.
Yeah, and that gap... Well, Callum Cripps has just taken over 6/10 in the middle sector. Gap now is coming down to just under 31 seconds. It's Lamati Racing, right on the back bumper of E-Team Brit, who are ahead of them have got Cadan Casual Apex, who are currently 6 laps off of the leaders. So, again, if you have been with us and you have done any tweeting or tagging on Instagram or on Facebook, why not use the hashtag SRES throughout the 5-round calendar that stretches all the way through to the 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps finale on the 25th and the 26th of June 2022. So a lot of action still to go. We'll have so we'll have another 48 hours of racing over the next 4 rounds as Lamati Racing trying to get a lap away from, unlap itself in comparison with Cadan Casual Apex, bring another lap in their favour. But the gap again has, it's just gone 1.1 seconds between Radicals Online and Fordzilla the last time around. Gap is still sort of staying stagnant a little bit here, David, at about 32.5 seconds with 14.25 minutes left to go on the timer.
Yeah, it's a difficult one if you're Radicals Online, as we see Lamati Racing really making a nuisance of themselves. They're the back of the order. I've got no idea why they're doing this. There's 15 minutes left to go. This is stupidity. What is that? Cutting right across 18 Brit. What are you doing? Why would you be that aggressive with 15 minutes left to go? I mean, come on, get an absolute grip of yourself, guys. I don't like talking that harsh about it. That's ridiculous. You're going to cause an accident. You're going to look. Come on. Absolute lunacy. Especially the fact that they're 6 laps down on Cadan Casual Apex. So it's a bit of a bruised ego affair on this one, Alex, and it's very silly to say the least.
They do say pride before a fall, David, don't they?
I think Lamati's going to be falling into a barrier at this rate, and it was very close. Yeah, I mean, but this is so silly. I get they're maybe just having a bit of fun, but this is going to end up with a car destroyed in the barrier, and I honestly hope they get the book thrown at them because it's just so silly. I mean, look, this bit's fun. They're just having a muck about. There's 3 of them on the track, absolutely. But when there's contact involved and you're hitting other cars, it just seems a bit tacky.
Yeah, it does, and it doesn't really need to be facilitated at this point in the race. I mean, if they were battling for position earlier on, I could completely, 100% agree with it. But I'm sort of siding with you on this one, that it's completely unnecessary. It is, I wouldn't say it's uncalled for, it's just not required.
Yeah, and I mean, like I say, this bit here, this last half of the lap, this is fine. This is just 3 of them on track together, having a bit of a laugh, having a bit of a fight. I can understand that because it can get lonely at times during the race. But that start of the lap, I mean, that was like at least 6 bits of contact that it could have easily, instantly gone south, taking 2-3 cars out. True,
And that would be like pinballs and Skittles right there. Or maybe a billiards table.
Oh, Alex, that gap for Radicals is now down under 30 seconds there.
It is indeed. Callum Cripps is pushing. I'll be right back in just a second, David. I need to ask a very pertinent question to someone very important. Hang on.
Alex, get all the answers, my friend. All the answers. So Lamati Racing again, keeping up the show, up to the inside contact, predictably between the two of them. They run wide, and I mean, this is getting really, really crazy between the two of them. Lamati Racing forcing their way back, and you've got to get a feeling that Cadan Casual Apex are going to immediately try and take that position back there. But the problem with the contact is that it can seem innocuous, it can seem like the whole rubbing's racing, but these cars are so delicate with their downforce and the aero packages that they run that the slightest bit of contact can mean that you have a drastic reduction in that aero, and I fear that's what's happened to Cadan Casual Apex there, because they're now under threat from E-Team Brit behind them there. and Lamatti racing. I just don't understand why the need for that aggression with 10 minutes left to go in the race, and it sounds like Alex might have those answers.
Yeah, let's just say that a particular team is very close to getting a penalty. I'm not saying any more.
Oh, gee, I wonder who that could be. unless you're talking about track limits, in which case it could be a very different team. Oh, right, okay, then we know which one it is, because it's the same precarious position they've been in. Although, to be fair, Radicals Online, Callum Cripps has been absolutely hammering track limits, so I wouldn't be surprised to hear if that non-directed comment is aimed at him. But we will wait and see. 10 minutes remaining in the race, Alex. Can you believe it? 11 hours, 50 gone, and we are into the final 10 minutes.
My adrenaline is through the roof. My heart rate is also through the roof. My feet aren't feeling sore anymore, thanks to a nice little sit down. And I am patiently waiting to see what kind of ambience we have here at the Simply Race facility here in Milton Keynes. And, you know, to be honest, to have been at both facilities, I really love the ambience they've created here at this facility. You know, the old one had its charms, its quirks. It used to be a bit like a sweatbox, the old facility, but now we've got good ventilation. We've got, you know, great ambience, some really, really good strategic placement of the pods as well. There's room for people to sit down, have a chin wag. 9 minutes on the clock to go. I think I'm just going to stay out here because obviously I've got some interviews to do with the podium, which will wrap up things rather quickly after things have hit the checkered flag moment. But Radicals Online, Callum Cripps is 27.5 seconds away from Team Forza with Charlie Crossland bringing the number one car home.
8.5 minutes left to go, and what is a drive-through penalty again? 20 seconds or near enough to that, and obviously, like said, time and time again, that's not how we want things to go. But if we're honest, there's a little bit of us, the little childish part of us, that likes to see things burn.
You're a big child, you know that, David Christie.
I know that, but come on, it would be awesome to see a fight, right? But on the other hand, I mean, Fordzilla deserve the win. They have won this race 100% based on their antics on track. They have been wonderful to watch, but I still want to see a fight.
I just had a quick laugh with Grant Lyman because he's just shoved something in the first place trophy. There is a little bit of a reward along with the trophy that goes along with it. We did mention prize money a little bit earlier on, which is, and it will be for in respective of the 12-hour distance in terms of time. So the prize money would be determined on the grid size. If it was full in terms of it, then it would be a bigger piece of the pot going back to 18. And just keeping my eyes here on the two screens over the bar. 26.7 seconds now is the gap, and with 7 minutes to go on the clock, David, Fordzilla I think have now just 4 or 5 laps to go based on lap time.
Yeah. It's certainly looking very, very rosy for Team Fordzilla ahead of Radicals Online, taking the foot off the gas, just managing the pace a little bit, and them two ahead of Camsport in 3rd place, Barracuda in 4th place at the moment, Avanti Racing in 5th, Cadan Casual Apex in 6th place, 7th place for E-Team Brit, and Lamatti in 8th position. What an absolute joy this has been to be part of. It's been an absolute treat to be commentating on it, and 6 minutes 25 seconds left to go in the race, and it's just about crossing the T's and dotting the I's for Team Fordzilla at this point. They have been flawless so far, and I think it'd be foolish to think that it's going to be anything less than the final 6 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find out. Grant's going to give me the information on how many laps have been completed. Oh, 408 laps, so we could be breaking into the 14s, the 410 bracket with regards to lap times. So looking at it from this perspective, another calculation coming up for you, David. But yeah, it has been rather interesting thus far, and yeah, I mean, Team Fordzilla have really done a great job. They are on, they're on the bubble of being about 5.5 minutes away from the top step of the rostrum. So let's say 412 laps of this circuit have been completed. It's 3.158 miles. 1,301 miles of racing will have been completed by the race winners at the end of this 12-hour race. And we are now 5 minutes and counting, my friend. It has a double fist pump to the air by Grant Lyman, our race director, doing a fantastic job as well. A big thank you to Mike Yao. And also, we have to give a big thank you to the audience that have liked, shared and subscribed, and also given their comments throughout the proceedings. But realistically, Fordzilla are comfortable at the moment by a considerable margin. 26 seconds is the gap. Now, David, you know what you said about if you go through the pit lane, it's about 19, 20 seconds. Oh, you know what that means? That will be absolutely interesting if something did happen. But the way things are going, I think now that the instruction to Charlie Crossland has been, keep it safe, bring it home, don't make any mistakes.
Yeah, well, I mean, I went to watch Lord of the Rings the other night, so as soon as you said keep it safe, it's keep it safe, keep it secure. That's pretty much the order of the day for Charlie Crossland in the Fordzilla. But less than 4 minutes left to go, so we've got round about maybe 2-3 laps left to go in this race. And Alex, you said about the time we've done, the laps we've done, and the amount of miles we've done. The more important thing is how many words does that equate to from the pair of us?
Probably in the tens of thousands, maybe at the very, very least. But
I think it's hundreds of thousands of words. I mean, have you actually listened to the amount of nonsense that actually comes out of my mouth sometimes at a rate of knots? It just makes me sound like what I'm talking about. But
I've got a little bit of news. A big thank you to Grant for giving me this information. Avanti Racing could miss out on the splash and dash. They are close on fuel at the moment with 180 seconds to go. David Christie.
In which case, I'd just be slowing to a crawl, let Fordzilla cross the line, and then just get across. That's it. They're 6 laps ahead of Karan Casual Apex. They don't need to worry about it. I would just, take the foot off the accelerator, put the pit limiter on, and just coast for about 15 minutes to make sure that car gets across the line. But 2.5 minutes left to go. We're now very, very close to our penultimate lap coming up here at the Circuit Buddh International here for the opening rounds of Season 4 of the Simply Race Endurance Series. It's been David Christie and Alex Goldschmidt taking you through all of the action here. Here is Fordzilla with 2 minutes 20 left to go on the clock. This looks like they're coming across the line now, so this is going to be the second to last lap, I believe, that they are going through. They'll start the penultimate lap next time by. But I mean, well, in all honesty, they do have the time in hand to stop at the line and wait until that clock runs out. I can almost guarantee that's not what's going to happen, though.
That will never happen with Charlie. That will never happen with Charlie Crossland. We both know that he is a racer through and through. He will want to come across that finish line, take the checkered flag at full racing speed. Now, bearing in mind, we now are into the last minute and a half. The next time he will get, effectively, well, you said a NASCAR term in the form of Dale Waltrip, boogity, 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 he will get the white flag, so to speak, if it was a NASCAR race, signalling the final lap. But it has been a sterling, stupendous, superlative performance by Team Fordzilla. Started 5th. Nearly 12 hours ago, and they have managed to prosper when others have faltered along the wayside as they come out of turn 11 and into turn 12 for the penultimate time.
Yeah, Cam Sport looking so solid in that start of the race. Radicals, your last season's champions, away down in 3rd position. Of course, that's where they started. So given their early start to the race, they will be very, very happy with how this has gone. But through turn 16 comes Charlie Crossland then for the penultimate time to come across the line. Here we go then, 30 seconds on the clock. This is going to be the final lap of the race, I believe, across the line. And wow, what a race this has been. Now, the way that I've always struggled to understand it, Alex, is the fact that it's 30 seconds to go, and then at that point it's the final lap. But it is going to be, this is the final lap, isn't it?
Well, Charlie Crossland has got 3 seconds on the timer, heading down the back straightaway. We have struck 0. 12 hours are up, and he heads into turn 4 for the 400th and 13th time. 1,000, close to 1,305 miles completed. David, that is just a shade over 2,100 kilometres. The reason why I know that figure so well, because the top speed on my car is 130 miles an hour. That equates to 210 kph. So give or take, add a 0 to that, you got 1,300 miles and 1,300 miles and 2,100 kilometres through turn 11. Charlie Crossland bringing it home. We know that Sean Arnold will not be able to enjoy the podium with his teammates at Team Fordzilla, but he will be jumping up and down between the roof and the bottom part of the seat as he's driving back home to Swansea. But David, I'm going to hand this one over to you, my friend. Take it away, buddy.
Here we go then, on the rundown from turn 15 for the final time, on the brakes, in the corner to turn 16 for the final time of asking. It's going to be a win for race number 1 for Fordzilla. It is a brilliant effort from start to finish for them. It's going to be second place for Radicals Online after a spirited effort to try and make that happen, but it wasn't to be. They still finish on the lead lap, and Cadan Casual jump into the pit lane to get their splash and dash. Cam Sport are going to finish in 3rd place. Barracuda will finish across the line in 4th place. Avanti Racing in 5th place. Cadan Casual Apex 7 laps down in 6th position. E-Team Brit finish off after a very difficult and trialling day in 7th position, and Lamati in 8th position. But we got it done. Fordzilla, that was dominance, and that was a display and a half, Alex.
It was indeed. Congratulations to a comeback drive and a half from Adam Tierney and Callum Cripps, who brings Radicals Online from stone dead last after the first 20 minutes of this 12-hour race to 2nd position. And it's a well-deserved 3rd place on the rostrum for Cam Sport, the trio of Chris Wilson, Ben Brown and Christian Kelly, with Chris Wilson bringing the car home. Barracuda, despite their trials and tribulations, bring it back in 4th position. A bit of a Maloko there, didn't I, really, with that line. Avanti Racing bring it home in 5th. Cadan Casual Apex will round out the top 6 ahead of E-Team Brits. And last, but by certainly no means least, Lamasi Racing. They had a difficult one to endure today, but they finish in 8th. But Team Fordzilla take home the bacon for round 1 out of 5 of this season. Simply Race Endurance Series, and very shortly we'll be getting things underway, I think, with our podium celebrations here at Simply Race.
Yeah, we certainly will. So we'll join you back with the podium celebrations, and we'll get this show wrapped up. A huge thank you to all of the teams taking part today. Thank you to all of the audience for watching. Huge thank you as well to Mike Yao at Simply Race, and to Grant Lyman behind the scenes making the broadcast happen, as we've got a black flag for Avanti Racing. Oh no, it's a checkered flag. It's just the other side of it. We'll pretend that didn't happen. That kind of caught me by surprise.
No, it did not. No, it did not.
So, Alex, there we go. That is us done and dusted, my friend. What a day that was.
Yeah, it's it's been a very lengthy day in the office. Time now approaching 11:15. It has been over nearly 12, well, it's over 12 and a half hours for the broadcast. We've just got one last order of business so very shortly. We're going to go to a brief ad break ahead of our podium celebrations for round 1 of 5 of this season's Simply Race Endurance Series here in Milton Keynes.
So there we go then, a very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get very quickly through wrapping things up here. Dave Christie and Alex Goldschmidt here with you. Alex, an amazing race there, and I mean, just a dominant performance from Fordzilla.
Yes, indeed, David. A really, really good race. 12 hours of... we had it all, didn't we? We had dramas, we had penalties, we had great side-by-side racing, but there had to be one winner. We're going to get things underway now with our official podium for round 1 of this season's Simply Race Endurance Series. And your third place team, give it up for Cam Sports. And your runners-up, despite a notable fight back, despite a Billy move, as Callum Cripps mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, Radicals Online, your runners-up for round 1. But after 413 laps, over 1,300 miles completed, bit of handshakes going on. Winners for round 1, it's Pod 1, Team Fordzilla. And we have seen the congratulations from their stablemates. So, ladies and gentlemen, as they shake hands on the podium, please give it up for your podium for round 1 of this season for the 12 hours of the Buddh International Circuit. Right, okay. So I know Sean is jumping up and down in the car at the moment on the way home back to Swansea, but I'm going to grab in for a second. So I have a quick chat with Charlie and Jack first of all. So, guys, it's been a pretty good one. You go back with a first win on the board for Team Fordzilla. Charlie, you brought the car home. It was about just keeping it calm and cool at the end of the day, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, I didn't want to, be the one to, make the mistake in the last bit of the race. But, yeah, Jack was rapid. I was just in his backpack.
Yeah, well, you definitely put in some hot laps in there as well. And Jack, a win for Team Fordzilla to open up the season with a win in the bank. It's a pretty good feeling, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to the rest of the season now. See what we can do in the GTs and carry on from there.
Well, good luck, guys. We'll see you back for round 2 in Imola. So, you winners for round 1, Team Fordzilla. We know that Sean Arnold isn't here. I'm going to have a chat with Adam and Callum from Radicals Online. Now, Callum, you got that gap down to... Yeah, the light is a bit bright over there, isn't it? That's why I'm trying to stand out of a shot so I don't get blinded too, but I'll try and make a bit of shade for you. You were pushing right up until the end, got the gap down to about 25 seconds, but that penalty for a track limit cut really did hurt you. I mean, you could have been even closer at the end.
Yeah, it could have been. Really, those guys did a really good job at the end because they had one more track limit and then that would have been them as well. So they could have potentially been closer to us. But yeah, I just pushing too hard and got a track limit. After that, then I knew how many I had, so I was just like banked in about 10 by the end of it. But yeah, it wasn't. Lap one ruined it for us today. So.
Well, nevertheless, I've got to speak to your teammate Adam Tierney. Adam, you were just as rapid as he was. I mean, you were literally going for it. I mean, that must have been a pretty good feeling being able to keep the same pace as this man here.
Yeah, I mean, halfway through the race, we started trying to fuel save and just trying to, because we were off pit cycle, so we're trying to get back on cycle, but we weren't really making any ground on Fordzilla. So we just decided to gun it and just go for it, and that's where the lap times came from.
Well, guys, we'll see you for round 2 on the 28th of November. Last but by no means least, I've spoken with Chris, but I'm going to have... Come on, Christian, come in the middle there, please, for us. There we go. Well, but obviously, 2 pedal issues, but you still came back and finished in P3. A good result to start the season, but not probably where you guys wanted to end up with all those issues at the end of it.
I think it was a great result. I think that's a really good result for us, regardless of the pedal faults. Grant did a great job sorting them out. So I don't think we lost too much from that. We lost a few laps of fuel saving, and apart from that, we did what we needed to do, and we all drove really well. No major mistakes. Happy days.
Well done. Ben, a quick word from you. I mean, obviously, you were struggling with your right foot a little bit later on towards the end, so the guys brought it home for you, but still a really, really good effort for the team in the first one of the 5-round calendar.
Just really good. Like Christian said, I think we're just all really happy because we weren't sure what coming in. Obviously, going up against these 2 teams is always difficult. So to finish third, really happy with it. So yeah.
Well done, guys. We'll see you at round 2 at Imola. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, your appreciation for our round 1 podium for the first round of this season of the Simply Race Endurance Series. And really, guys, thank you very much. Off you go. Safe journey home. So thank you very much. You know what? A big thank you to everyone here at Simply Race. A big thank you to you all watching. A big thank you to Grant Lyman, our race director. A big thank you to Mike Yao, our broadcast director. But on behalf of David Christie, my name's Alex Goldschmidt. Thank you for tuning in for the first round of the Simply Race Endurance Series. We'll see you at round 2 for the 6 hours of Autodromo Enzo e Dino Ferrari at Imola on the 28th of November. Thank you for watching. Good night and stay safe.